Can't get out of my head. 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 Get out of my head. Can't get out of my head. Can't get out of my head. like you said, but keep calm down. And now my thoughts take a run, my mind feels weary. I try to feel what is real, but keep slow down.
Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Hey. Yeah.
At first you made me feel very safe, but then I realized one took and one gave.
Hey.
At first you had a healing power, but then your face changed hour by hour.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Hey. Yeah.
At first you made me feel very safe, but then I realized one took and one gave.
Hey. Yeah.
At first a hypnotizing smile,
Hey.
but then I forgot all
Yeah.
about you for a while.
Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Hey.
May. Hot stuff in my veins, rock stockings. I change, don't ask for my pain. Get some jeans, some brains. Third time when I get up, little boy, G up. I'm that don't speak up, drop up down, they need us. Tappy on me, can't nobody set me free. 给我一个思路 break, I just wanna live liquid now. Silver planet, silver night, hit that new topic overnight. 不用介绍，由来全都流进我口袋。想太多是不斟酌 ，make simple simple。除了我还有谁存活？关我屁事都别问我，不接受建议是我的简历，不需要你庇护，背着我就小心你的，记住。Bust up, pack it up. Bust up, pack it up. Bust up, pack it up. Bust up, pack it up.
Crush,
Liquid,
liquid,
yeah.
liquid,
Liquid, liquid.
crush,
Liquid,
liquid,
liquid.
yeah.
Bust up, pack it up.
두피 그리자 신들의 립합 생嘴唇的吐一个爆泡，一不小心立刻跟我一起跳，在悄悄地转一点飘飘。你们消息变较量，在我切个钻石之间消耗，看看那些小动物牵条脚，越加面会被分销掉。Drip drop drip drip 地热，为我的天呐刷 Visa， 有时我也忘了密码，开始 pray like a diva， 或者在很短的 Venus， 没让我再次陷入迷茫，他就从来给我启发。连没什么可他妈写了，一句问号都不想要啊，可能有像那个强烈家，也有烦妈妈的接电话。Basta， 全部都我拍秀 Basta， 不理会你爱求 TikTok， 我的表现在镜子 zigzag， 你看不清我秀秀。
Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up.
Crush.
Liquid. Yeah.
Equal.
Liquid. Liquid.
Crush.
Liquid. Basta, pack it up.
I think I have a good feeling about you. I hope I can trust myself this time. I'm breathing, holding, only for you. I'm dancing in your arms tonight. I thought I'd wait for all my life. I'm rising through the days of the end. So take my hand, and run away with me. I think I have a good feeling about you. I hope I can trust myself this time. I'm breathing, holding, only for you. I'm dancing in your arms tonight. I thought I'd wait for all my life. I'm rising through the days of the end. So take my hand, and run away with me. Run away with me. And run away with me. And run away with me. And run away with me.
All the things that we wish they never came true. All the promises made were broken by you.
All the promises made were broken by you. All the choices you made, could you make them again? All the lies that you told, did you believe in them? I don't wanna be alone. I don't wanna be alone.
Building the energy, feel the electricity. Whole world's in front of me, feel the electricity. All in the energy, feel the electricity. It's all inside of me, feel the electricity. Out of this world magnetic, charged up, come get it. Interdimensional, it's so incredible. Breaking the rules kinetic, disrupt, go get it, it's sensational. Generational, it feels electric. It feels electric. 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 All in the energy, feel the electricity. It's all inside of me, and electricity. I won't stop now, I said it. Aim for the clouds, yeah, get it, powerful. I'm unstoppable. You better get them colors, get them right. Yeah, you better get in line. Dramatic, so dramatic. It feels electric. It feels electric. 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 It feels electric. Electric. Feel the energy, feel the electricity. Whole world's in front of me, feel the electricity. All in the energy, feel the electricity. It's all inside of me, and electricity. Feel the energy, feel the electricity. Whole world's in front of me, feel the electricity. All in the energy, feel the electricity. It's all inside of me, and electricity.
In pitch black darkness, you illuminate. I walk in shadows, you scream my name. You lure me in like a magnet. You keep me safe. I need to return to you. I'll be surrounded by
Yeah. Warrior. The mentality to never give up, never give in. To the death. For the life of me. Warrior.
I'm a warrior. I go to war with ya. I fight to the death, give it everything I got till I got none left. No, like a warrior. I go to war for ya. Till my very last breath, give it everything I got till I got none left. No, I'm a warrior. I go to war with ya. Like a warrior. I go to war for ya. Yeah, I was born for it. Now I'm ready for the war. Ain't no turning back now, no, I can't back down. Can't run nowhere, gotta stand up. Right hand on your chest for your valor. Kneel down to no man, ice running through my veins cause I'm cold-hearted. Look what they done started. I'm sharp with my aim. The best in the game. On fire, hot like a flame. Wild like a beast. I can't be tamed. So stuck in my ways for the truth. I can't be changed. I'm a warrior. I go to war with ya. I fight to the death, give it everything I got till I got none left. No, like a warrior. I go to war for ya. Till my very last breath, give it everything I got till I got none left. No, I was born for it. I was born to rise. I was born to fly. I was born to climb. I was born to get it. I was born to shine. I was born to live it. Like a warrior. Like a warrior. Like a warrior. I go to war with ya. I fight to the death, give it everything I got till I got none left. No, I'm a warrior. I go to war for ya. To my very last breath, give it everything I got till I got none left. No. Yeah, easy.
Yeah, let's go.
We hit the ball, ain't no delay. Signature moves in every play. This ain't a game, we paved the way. Hardware on full display. Know that we aiming for victory. Going way up in our energy. Seeing the view, plenty to prove. Making our move, no secrecy. Yeah, and they don't got a clue. It's no secret. Take a peek at how we do. Check the paper. We the news. Hear the whistle, then bring the boom. Check the signature. Name matched in the Hall of Fame. Big time finisher. Breaking barriers the whole game. They thinking they can stop us. Seeing us, we the problem. It's in our DNA. That's our signature. Check that, check that, check that. Signature. Big time, all time, big time. Signature. Bringing the fire, lead the way, light the spark. We never tire, no quit, full of heart. Ready, set, and we'll go. Our history will be told. Grab these wins, they all know. Reaching for gold. Yeah, and they don't got a clue. It's no secret. Take a peek at how we do. Check the paper. We the news. Hear the whistle, then bring the boom. Check the signature. Name matched in the Hall of Fame. Big time finisher. Breaking barriers the whole game. They thinking they can stop us. Seeing us, we the problem. It's in our DNA. That's our signature. Check that, check that, check that. Signature. Big time, all time, big time. Signature. They thinking they can stop us. Seeing us, we the problem. We don't mess around, we just hold it down. Signature. All on the line. Keeping it clutch. Yeah, now is the time. It's now or never. All on the line. Keeping it clutch. All on the line. Keeping it clutch. It's now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Check the signature. Name matched in the Hall of Fame. Big time finisher. Breaking barriers the whole game. They thinking they can stop us. Seeing us, we the problem. It's in our DNA. That's our signature. Check that, check that, check that. Signature. Big time, all time, big time. Signature. They thinking they can stop us. Seeing us, we the problem. We don't mess around, we just hold it down. Signature. jump, I'll admit, push and drop, after drop, till y'all know that I exist. And I'ma blow, and I'ma pop, y'all can't possibly depict. And I'm gonna probably take risks, and I'm gonna die before I quit. I gotta take action against stagnant, and they stopping it too many been passive, and they lost it. The rappers, I move backwards, and they honest. Hacking the right back, and to make profit, and accurate, new acumen makes options. Meaning the accountant can be rounded when you call it a place. Everything I'm mounted in my cost. Moving with $2 in my pocket. Proving the pace you looking exhausted. Truth is Greg Newman, they can't copy. Do what I must do so they can't stop. Trying to keep cool while they keep talking. Do what I must do, switches are off. I pivot, meaning I'm a tactician when I'm in it. Circling the cul-de-sac, I'm drifting. And I got all night down to vision. Meaning I'm different. Meaning when they talk, they pay attention. Meaning they gon' pay for every cent. And I'm going to commas, to Kansas. And I'm going worldwide when they all mention. Black boy with a book dream and a lesson. A black man with a sharp mind is a weapon. Yeah. 10 toes down from the jump, I'll admit, push and drop, after drop, till y'all know that I exist. And I'ma blow, and I'ma pop, y'all can't possibly depict. And I'm gonna probably take risks, and I'm gonna die before I quit. I can't keep up. Miles a minute, yeah. 500 limit way. Time diminish, yeah. I can't keep up. Miles a minute, yeah. 500 limit way. Time diminish a minute. Don't trip. I'm looking at a massive risk. Balancing the past I live. Pushing with a massive gift. I'm looking at life like hues on a spectrum. Running off steam and mist. I'm standing at the edge of a rift in a paradigm shift with demands on my wrist while I'm penning my bits of emotions. I'm a dormant explosive. I don't think anybody noticed. Spreading all the weight on my shoulders. I'm feeling like a magnet opposing a polar opponent. My options are open and closed at the same time. On a landmine, in a minefield, trying to mind sweep with an idea and a program. But I'm right here, where y'all get way too far to die here. A lot to them, to us, a lie here. Applying pressure all on my fears. A mass correction of what I feel. A resurrection of the ideal. That kept the tension on the high tier and pulled dimensions from the right ears. I remember nights when I took an L in the road just to get it right. Trying to make way for a look, but you gotta fight if you want your name on the books. Staring at the path for 10 months straight, looking for the strength in my own soul to create. Had to realign just for me to find checkmate. F1 straight to C4. I don't feel no remorse. I can't break to see yours. I can't wait, you need more. If you hate, that mean war. If you take, you need force. Every push gon' mean tour. Hit record and get torched. Miles a minute, yeah. 500 limit way. Time to finish dead. I can't keep up. Miles a minute, yeah. 500 limit way. Time to finish a minute. It's foolish of me to consider my peak is a mapped out release that I keep to repeat and preserve my belief in the weak while I'm digging for the beast that sleeps underneath the critiques. I can never let lies override my reach. Word to the wise, recognize my peace. Looking at the patterns of crease on my knees, I can leave, but the weight I'm putting down, people need mandatory. They can't ignore me again. All the allegories, a plan for when I begin. All the land below me, a scan over what I missed. No advantages on me, I handle what's on me to live. When it's damage, your homie, I can't be the only one in. I feel like none of them know me and nobody in it to win. Pouring live and direct from the mind of the best. Every line is compressed to the line of the crest. Now I see all the ways of passing. I'm fighting to delay the madness. Every demand I weigh the average. It feel like nothing really matters. They say you want it, you can have it. Paradox all up in my passion. Getting lost all up in my stanzas. Paranoid, how could all this happen? This is all I get when I call, make amends. And again, when I find that pressure on, it connects and reflects in the pen in my palm. When I press what is left, when I write, just to fight up the stress. All the weight of the message is laid on my chest. And for days, what has kept this checks on the net is a technical foul. And for now, I'm a rep. Maybe I'm falling off the ladder. I feel them all collecting data. It's hard to see the wind is scattered. I think the key is to attack it. I think we in a different bracket. Burning eternally, this is a start, an emergency. I don't know where the fan is. Maybe I'll never manage.
We gotta slow down. Right now. Find out. We gotta slow down.
I wrote the book, I've seen the ending. The flames they dance across the sky. Whoa, oh, oh, oh. But here I'm stuck in time pretending. A prisoner of reasons why. All this time these promises make me feel like it's all real again. Promises remind me of, they take me back to when we both knew what we wanted.
and welcome to MSI 2024 as G2 has brought back the truck. They are playing T1 again. They couldn't make it happen last time, but the question is, will they be able to overcome that demon in this match today? And remember, we're in the lower bracket, so no matter if you're a world champion or an LEC champion or you've been here before, if you lose today, it is over for your road at MSI. My name is Shox. I'm not nervous. I'm
why
with
would you be
Draco,
nervous?
with
Also
Jad,
not
and Chronicler.
nervous.
Also not nervous. Jad and Chronicler.
Mildly nervous.
I
think I'm mildly nervous.
Okay.
I get to be the least nervous, which is a really welcoming change.
I can imagine. Here is the lower bracket. That's what we're dealing with. The winner of the match today gets to live another day and fight BLG tomorrow.
Just so many incredible best of fives. It's a shame that it's almost over, but the craziest thing about today's matchup is the winner here will have to be the winner tomorrow and the next day. 3 best of fives in 3 days.
Such an incredibly brutal schedule. If G2 are able to make it happen, if T1 are able to make it happen, they've existed in the era of the bracket runs to try to qualify as a world's 3rd seed. G2 in our format in the season finals also have had these lower bracket runs. Both these teams no stranger to the level of stamina needed there, but it's not going to make it any easier.
It's one of the big things with MSI specifically, where in Worlds you get so much time, which it's hard for scrimming, but it's great for strategizing, for recovering, and adapting to patches. Not going to get that this time around.
No, regardless of the nerves, I mean, this is the East versus West rivalry. This is, as a League of Legends fan, you should be exceptionally excited, no matter who you side with today. I certainly am, so let's do something chill before we talk about it. It's our Fantasy MSI Speed Draft. It's a snake draft with all the players that are still remaining in the
speed
tournament.
Draft.
Yes.
Not competitive at all.
So we
Setting the
each get to
tone.
pick, and then Maritz will get 2 in the first round. I get to begin, which I am very, very, very sorry, but I'm going to pick Chovy as my first pick.
I mean, it's the obvious first pick. Okay, I don't know if the mid pool is shrinking, but despite yesterday, Elk still, I mean, at the end of the day, he's a monster on 80. If we get more from him in the series to come, I still think he's the best 80 at the tournament.
Fair enough. I think even with every player to choose from, there is a reason that one team is able to consistently close the gap, and that player is Caps, the greatest player in Western League of Legends history. And he's gonna solo kill FLICKR multiple times today, right?
Yes, he is.
So I get 2 picks.
Yes.
And I can't believe I'm going to be able to say this, but give me Canyon. Give me my Polar Bear.
Okay.
Give me my Jungle King. I think that he's had some ups and downs, but in the last series against BLG really showed what he was made of. And then I'm going to pick my boy Guma. I think that he has been the one standout. He's been consistent year in, year out. I'm feeling great about my 2 picks.
I didn't think at all. I didn't. Okay, go ahead.
What tournament are we at? What's it called?
MSI 2024.
Would having an MSI champion help me?
I mean, probably.
2 of them! Caps and Mickey, 2 MSI champions right here.
Is he making a G2 Exodia?
I think that this man said he's impartial, but I feel like we might be getting played right now. He's taking the hope away from us.
We need to speed it up a bit.
I feel like
I know
I'm scared that they're all going to disappear, but I won't get caught in the game. I'm still taking Bin. Look,
no!
BLG.
Okay, that's a good team. That's
very terrifying yesterday. Bit of a draft iffy, but I still have a lot of respect for these individual components.
But I can't go all Genji. You know what? I'll take Broken Blade.
No!
What?
Wow.
Why not? Do I get 2?
Mm-hmm. You do.
Ooh, this is hard. I can't think under stress. Give me Ike.
What's it going to be? Okay.
Wow. A G2 run.
G2 is about to be completely drawn.
Yeah.
Everyone is gone.
How is G2 going first?
I don't know.
Do you not think they're going to win the tournament, Dracos?
No, I do, but like it's a sum of the parts. Fine. I'm just going to take all BLG if you're going to give it to me at night at this point.
Okay, so now I get to pick 2.
Well, I get to pick. Sir.
Oh, no.
Sir.
Oh, no.
Okay, I see.
No, I'm fine.
What do I need?
We have a lot of players. I guess I'm going to take Carrier.
Well, bot lane.
I can't take Carrier. I already have a support.
I need
Speed it up.
Yeah. Sorry.
need a bot
I'll
lane.
take Zeus.
All right, can I get FLICKR and Keen, please?
Oh, my God.
FLICKR, give me Keen.
You can.
Get him over here.
That's pretty good.
Why do I feel like Mao is winning right now?
Yeah.
Pretty good,
It's a
guys.
little bit of an LCK focus.
I get to pick again. I need to pair an AD carry with the support. These guys knocked Mako and Jackie Love out of the tournament.
All right.
So I'm taking them.
Go ahead.
I'm just going to draft all of I mean, you guys are just going to keep giving me BLG. I'm just going to keep taking BLG.
Cool. I'll take Pays and Lehens.
Wait, you have 4 BLG? You're drafted BLG. You can just have all
Commit.
It's
but I don't think they're winning the tournament.
Look at
That's
this
just put me in
choice.
such an awkward position, owner.
Okay,
Okay,
fair enough.
at home, if you're watching, let us know who you think won the snake draft. I think everyone's pretty
Why
good.
did I even do that?
I
that
have
wasn't the
2
choice.
MSI
I just didn't
Why
want
did
to be
you take all BLG?
Why did I take
You
T1 in
fool.
the end?
Listen, if you could make sense of it, you can tell us. The cool thing is that every team is good that we ended up picking, right?
Some teams are better and
So-
more euphoric.
Yeah,
Okay.
so I'm just gonna order it.
I
got
can't hold
Mickey,
these all. Let's move on.
Hans, Caps, Shun,
Ugh.
and Zeus.
Yeah.
I like this team.
Yeah.
I like this team.
Broken Blade,
I
yikes.
don't think BLG.
You don't think it's a good team?
They're good, but like the sum of the parts again is the worst part. The individuals are so good.
That was fun.
Yeah.
That was fun.
Broken Blade, Yike, Chovy, Hayes, and the Hens. So
I'm
do that what
feeling
you
really
will.
good about my
So,
team, guys.
What'd you get?
I got T1 bot side and Kenny King.
Wow, the LCK caster just picks all the LCK players.
Makes sense.
I have BLG and owner.
Famous LPL enjoyer, Dracos.
All right, I
I
think we
did it
can.
for Rob. I did it for Rob, baby.
I will cut short this this snake draft because I think you're very competitive and it's going to keep going.
Yeah.
But of course, they're also going to be extremely competitive on the Rift. T1 versus G2. There's a couple of elements we can talk about. And in terms of how this tournament has progressed with the meta, I wanted to take a look at the G2 coaching staff behind them because I think we're seeing currently at MSI 2 years in the making of work where they of course signed the same roster, and you can see it there how all the elements are working. Also when it comes to kind of those level ones you see, Duff and Rodrigo of course, analyzing, they all work together to make the run that we've seen so far.
And I think one of the big things for this team so far this tournament has been the creativity, the Poppy, the Zach Top, the Ivern. We saw bits and pieces of all of those picks across domestic runs, but really bringing them here on a new patch. And I think Dylan Falco is the guy that you have to give that kind of credit to. It's not like he's a mastermind saying this is what's good, but he's incredibly effective at bringing out that creativity from his players, asking the right questions to say, hey, is this the game to play Poppy? Is this the right context? And you got to have an explanation.
And one of the reasons I feel like G2 has been able to reach as high as they have is in part the coaching staff. When I look at it really big picture, like one of the reasons the LPL and LCK are so dominant at its most basic form is player base and solo queue quality, which you actually don't have in Europe. So the fact that G2 is still competing means they're maxing out all of their other factors, which includes their coaching staff.
And we see the impact, right? Because of things like the Poppy support, which I think is both credit to G2 for bringing that out, which doubled the play rate, but there were also already hints in solo queue. And I think that kind of scouting where you can find out that stuff isn't being played at the moment, but is insanely strong, can be huge.
I have the Rodrigo notebook. In fact, the company that makes them sent him a bunch because they saw it, and
Are all their picks in there?
I think there's something.
Okay, do you remember Tabe? Just before we go any further.
There's
Oh, okay. Poppy equals 2019 Pike.
Okay.
Do with that what you will.
Every lane. I think the person who benefits the most from this information is probably freaking the balance team, though, because I remember what happened to Pike, and we might see a similar fate by the end of the
Yeah,
tournament.
and for those of you who didn't watch MSI 2019, Pike was at Gigaflex. G2 dominated that tournament with flex picks, and they could play Poppy or Pike in basically every role. So it might not just be support Poppy, which means it's just banned every game.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the drafts.
And to me, a large part of what has made G2 so good is that the one thing that Eastern teams will do is they do tier list drafting because they are insanely good at specific picks. And against T1 we saw this. Nothing on T1 side should come as a surprise. The Kalista Prio isn't going to be, the TF isn't going to be, and specifically that combination of the Poppy that at that point is also still a flex pick. And now it feels obvious because we've seen the Poppy so many times, but here it wasn't. And add the Yasuo as well to punish that predictability even more. And then secondly, the Ivern in the next series as well.
Here we see obviously G2 going through classic spike ball warm-up, but I like to call it on the Yasuo. Look, the willingness to give Broken Blade a champion like this who can be volatile to play the counter matchups that are a bit more risky, I think is a very good sign for the series to come, and certainly helped out in the first series they played.
Yeah.
And here's some stats from that first match that they had. You could see slight edge in the kill-to-death ratio for T1, but overall an incredibly close series. When you really look at these numbers, you'd actually wonder who won the series because the stats would slightly favor G2, but it was in the clutch moments that T1 was able to take a 3-2.
And that's why it was a 5-game series. The laning phase in particular, I think T1 really struggled. I think G2 is going to look to replicate that today.
Yeah, some laning phases, I would say, as we will get into a particular matchup in that regard. Actually, he's on screen. Gumayusi, a beacon of consistency always for that T1 roster, and that does lead me seamlessly in into our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. Gumayusi versus Hansama.
In today's featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, G2 Hansama and T1 Gumayusi are up for a rematch. This series decides who gets to continue their road to the finals. Gumayusi, the reigning world champion and one of the premier bot laners of the tournament, has a lot to prove after some shaky performances. However, when given the opportunity to pop off, Guma rarely fails to impress.
G2, this was the day they almost beat T1. The T1, it's just another Friday.
Hans made history with Misfits in 2017, taking SKT to 5 games, falling just short of pulling off one of the greatest upsets in the sport.
SK Telecom T1 will be your second team in the semifinals, claiming victory.
With his recent performance, Hans looks like he intends to make another mark on history at this tournament.
Hansama, he'll cash in. That's so much money in the fight.
All eyes are on the bot lane. For Gumayusi, this series means continuing T1's international legacy. For Hansama, a win today is redemption, 7 years in the making.
Almost a double redemption because, of course, the LDR drama happened just a few days ago, and a lot of people did point to the bot lane as a reason why, across that series, why it wasn't effective enough.
I will say I think the LDR point is like the easy thing to latch onto, and it oversimplifies. But outside of a couple moments from Hans and Mickey's kind of big poppy moments, bot lane wasn't super strong in the context of that series, and in a couple moments, was an outright weak point.
My main thing going into the day is that matchup going to be flipped the way that it was against Jakilov and Mako? That was such a big surprise coming in. I think Gumayusi has been, again, the reason why I picked him so early in the draft, such a standout for T1. He's insanely consistent, always able to keep it together. The rest of the team just needs to play to enable him, and taking him out, I think, is a really good look, particularly with how much better Hansama has looked.
All I'll say is, please, if T1 is going to do anything, stop picking Senna. I get it. You enable Keria. Keria's great. LCK teams are great at Senna. The Guma Varus was one of the nastiest Varuses I have seen all tournament. If they want to take down G2, prioritizing picks where he can show up and it's not about someone else, I think is a good look for T1.
Also, I guess $1 million question is that a switch that is flipped for Hansama, or was that a one-day peak that he got? He's going to have to do it 5 games in a row, maybe 15 if they keep going. And he definitely wants to finish what he started back in 2017 with Misfits. They were on the precipice of beating T1 back then, but they couldn't finish it.
Yeah, people forget that there are such veterans in this game. The fact that Hansama actually took FLICKR to 5 games that long ago and has a chance to do it once again would be very cool.
It's crazy. But we have to talk about the mid lane matchup, of course. Caps versus FLICKR. It's the one we focused in going into the first best of 5 these two played. And I want to say Caps got the better of FLICKR in lane, but we'll talk about the rest later.
Yeah, absolutely. When you look back at this matchup, I think Caps individually really outperforming FLICKR. And the big thing was there was some jungle attention around mid, but for a lot of the series, it was just isolated 1v1s where Caps was just playing with more confidence and outperforming in a lot of these matchups.
And for FLICKR, him not having pressure the way that Chovy does in lane, that in of itself isn't the end of the world. That's something that T1 has learned to play around with. But normally he's insanely good at absorbing pressure and never dying in the 1v1, and that just wasn't the case in the first series.
It wasn't, and although it is something to be really hopeful about if you're on the side of G2, you got to look at how the series went. But we're going to take a look at FLICKR's performance overall. It's been a big talking point, and in a long and tenured career, you do go up and down, right?
And I think this is the down, right? And I think a lot of people aren't excited when you have negative things to say about FLICKR, but this has not been a good tournament. To me, individually, this has been one of the worst tournaments in recent memory from him overall. And while other members of the team have stepped up to pick up the pieces, outside of 1 or 2 picks, getting solo killed was never something we saw from FLICKR internationally.
And we keep repeating it, but it has to be said, domestically, FLICKR had one of the best splits of his life. Incredibly dominant, and the only one who could match him was Chovy, who, as well I've seen, is a worthy opponent.
Yeah, just had to face Caps, I guess.
I mean, look, Caps is popping off. FLICKR, I think if they can't find those comfort picks, like, this is an avenue of attack. I think the big difference is both sides might just be content to let this play out in isolation.
Yeah, because I think this is where we get to kind of the meat of the matchup and what can be the difference maker, Jack.
It could be the clutch moments.
Yes.
Right? And if I agree. This actually has been one of FLICKR's bad tournaments. Although, when I went back and looked at the VODs, I just saw a bunch of FLICKR highlights. Check it out.
FLICKR's Ahri is so insane. In Game 5 of T1 versus G2, after G2 pulls off an incredible snap engage, killing Owner's Lee Sin, it does look like G2's about to take control of the game. But FLICKR and T1 find a ridiculous angle onto Hans Sama. Just look at this one more time. How many players would see this angle? Zeus has just yeeted someone across the wall. Everyone's instinct would be to chase that player. But as Hans Sama moves through, a control ward and a Scryer's Bloom get placed right over the wall, and FLICKR dashes in for the charm and execute onto Hans Sama. The cherry on top is he manages to flash out before Mickey can stun him into the wall, so an incredible play to really keep T1 in this game. Later in the same game, FLICKR again subverts expectations on the Ahri. Right after respawning, while T1 is taking Baron and G2 secure a Drake, FLICKR teleports in. Now the critical thing here is that when he dashes into melee range, you would expect the charm to fly in to try and one-shot Hans, but Hans Sama has cleanse. Hans Sama thought he got charmed. He did not get charmed. He burns the cleanse, FLICKR lands the charm, and gets yet another crucial pick. But it wasn't just in this game. It was in the Team Liquid series as well. In a very even game state, after FLICKR has been pushed back, used his ultimate, and TL is pushing mid, many would think the Ahri is no longer a threat. And that's exactly what APA thought as well. Yet when APA steps up on the wave, FLICKR realizes that APA is slowed by the Varus E and uses that opportunity to flash charm. APA doesn't flash in time, he gets charmed, and one shot. Another kill for FLICKR's Ahri. Even when FLICKR is completely targeted in the ban phase and having his worst laning phase tournament we can remember, he is still an incredible playmaker.
And that is really kind of the key to a lot of these runs that T1 has gone on. We only have to think back to their World Championship last year, but it happens consistently if he's in a good form or not.
There are a lot of memes surrounding this as well, depending on who is carrying against you if you're facing T1, right? It says a lot about what type of team you are. And the problem for me is that Guma often will play things like the Varus, where you just don't really have a lot of agency when it comes to 1v9ing. You are very reliant on your team. And Zeus, Owner, and Carrier, Lost Worlds all had moments where it felt like they were the ones to step up. I think in this tournament, even with FLICKR really struggling, he's the only one that has consistently been able to pull out these type of game-winning plays. And I think it is not only from a laning perspective really hard because he's getting focused more because the rest of the team doesn't perform, but then also big plays like Zeus's Aatrox at Worlds, Carrier finding big engages. None of that has happened. Owner's rel play in the Lost Worlds comes to mind as well. Those moments just haven't been there.
And it doesn't mean that they can't be here in this series, but I think when I look back at G2's perspective from the last series, it's not about the FLICKR clutch Ahri. That is certainly threatening, and it's not even about the Lord Dominix. There were lots of moments in previous games that were very winnable that I think G2, when they look back, are probably more focused on that than an item purchase or not giving FLICKR Ahri. That said, the picks with agency have been fantastic for him. The Ahris, the Talias, things where he can actually make more of an impact on the map. I think he's looked a lot more comfortable on, and I'm hoping to see T1 put a bit more priority there today.
Yeah, and Jat, it is such a difficult one because we haven't actually seen, I went back to check, in this format of MSI, a team that played a best of 5 and then played them again a couple of days after. This is kind of a unique situation that our teams find themselves in, and I think it's especially tricky because this MSI has pushed the meta a lot in these respective best of 5s we're seeing.
And we're going to see how much T1 is able to improve throughout the tournament. I think a lot of times when I try and figure out why, and this is going to be an LPL, LCK thing, but like why LPL wins MSI and why LCK ends up winning Worlds, but not MSI, is sometimes the duration of the tournament. Because I think they are very good at absorbing what everyone else is doing and then perfecting it, but you really just don't have the time to do that here. So I do really wonder, so many of us have been praising G2's drafting and their read on the meta. I don't know if T1 can learn a counter or learn that fast enough.
We also talk about draft a lot, and I think it's warranted, right? The earlier discussion that we had, credit to G2 there. But the big thing for me, and the difference with G2's performance compared to last year's, is that the gameplay is also there. And the inverse, I think, is true for T1. I think that, yes, T1 definitely, as they have over the last 2.5 years with this roster, always have an idea of how they want to play. And they do need to shift that coming in, because they can't be too predictable. But I think the level of gameplay individually of a lot of their members also needs to step up here today.
I think this is an oversimplification of the teams remaining in the tournament, but I think it kind of sets good expectation levels, which is that Gen.G are the best macro team, and I think G2 are behind them. Their mid-game, the way they play around waves, the way they set themselves up, very good. I think on the opposite side, early game teams, you're looking at T1, you're looking at BLG. Again, oversimple, but an important thing to note, and I think it is in the mid-game and it is in the draft where G2 are really set to come out on top, and it's about that early game, early lane setups where T1, if they can find a weakness, can take over.
This is a quote that we saw from Caps. I think APA said a similar thing as well. It is something that we've heard from several EU reps at international tournaments for a long time. There is a difference between saying it and really doing it. And G2 for me is a team that has always embodied this.
And I think this is actually a little bit different than some of the, and I'm going to take a North American perspective here, like the NA versus EU rivalries in the past. Team Liquid is actually jealous of G2. They've brought them up in multiple interviews about that's the type of team that they want to emulate. So there's definitely an actual thing that Caps is mentioning is happening. Like even just their win against TES is already inspiring teams to take a different approach to the way they're playing League of Legends, and it would only get stronger from here if G2 is able to keep winning.
And we look back to last year, right? This was one of Caps' worst tournaments. Now it's looking like potentially one of his career bests, and I think the fact that he is the mouthpiece for G2 in this context shows a lot about his growth as a player, because Caps, while he's the face from a performance standpoint, was never the one serious to take the mantle onto his shoulders, and so it's a very big shift in terms of his identity and his role within the context of the team.
When we look at this matchup historically, we set it up as the best East versus West matchup we have, or the best EU versus LCK matchup and rivalry we've had for many, many years. Also, Chroniker, it does lead me to think, actually, we'll talk about this before I ask you my question, because it's 3-2 totally when we only count best of fives for T1. That's just great.
It
For
is.
you, at least.
It is. Obviously, I think that we had 2022 was a bit of a rough year for G2, right? Not really able to find performance that they were looking for. 2019 was a dark year, not just for T1, but also for the LCK in general, coming after that 2018 where they were really, really shattered at Worlds, but particularly that semi-finals at Worlds after T1 domestically still had a great run, I think was something that G2 is going to look to replicate today.
Yeah, and I think that's what we can talk about a little bit. You talk about how that wasn't a good year for the LCK overall. However, when you think back to 2019 MSI before T1 faced G2, nobody would have given G2 a chance to win that. It changed a bit in Worlds, and I think this is making it hard for me, having all this history in the back of my mind, but also how this tournament has gone. I don't know, is it just the best team on the day?
Look, I think there's a lot to be said for that, and I think there's a chance that when we look back at this tournament, if G2 just gets smashed here, that we look at the TES thing as a flop from an LPL team, the way that many people would have looked at IG versus TL in 2019, and it changes the entire narrative. So for today, there is absolutely hope, but if G2 don't show up, this optimism that EU, that the West is feeling, will die very, very quickly.
There's a lot of optimism right now.
Yeah.
A lot of optimism.
It was a 360. I was not a 180. Wait. They turned.
A 180.
Yeah, they turned.
There were a couple 360s. We ended up the other way around.
But there was none of it, and I agree with you. I was really surprised at the overwhelming, of course, I am on Western media,
for sure,
positivity when I think you should see this still as close as it was when they played a few days ago.
There's even a lot of interviews with players like Pace who are saying G2, it really feels like the momentum that they have currently is such a big thing. And we all know those momentum runs, they might fizzle eventually, but for T1, I think they have the opposite. The series against TL, they clearly weren't happy with how they played, clearly weren't able to show the performance that they were going with. So I think even though you take a victory there, it doesn't feel like it coming in, which adds more pressure.
Guma said 3-0 though.
He did. We have the fan prediction today, right?
We do. You want to take a look?
Yeah.
I'd like to know if it was closer than last time, at least.
Well, this is the thing, because the feeling is that G2 has somehow become more favored than they were last time, even though they did lose last time.
This is a series. This is our MasterCard fan prediction of the day.
This is actually something I maybe have not seen before.
This is insane. I want to again reiterate, yes, G2 is a Western team. We're doing this with a platform with mostly Western fans, but T1 is the most popular team in the world. I have casted so many LCK games, and I can't remember. You know, when it's like, oh, it's only 35–40% for the other team? Man, T1 really expected to struggle here today.
And I think part of the reason there is so much optimism is it's got the same flavor as a lot of what we saw in 2019. G2 potentially a step ahead in the meta. Yes, the result favored T1 initially, but the way that G2 are winning games is something that no other team is really doing right now at this tournament, and people are ready to jump onto that same feeling that they had in 2019.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking it might feel like a very similar tournament by the end of it.
So the first time these teams met, we looked it up beforehand. The fan prediction was 68% T1, 32% G2. Now it's gone up almost 20% for G2, despite losing the head-to-head for T1.
It's the matches in
to
between.
me, that makes me really nervous for G2, because I think what might be happening is because people want it so bad that they're willing to look at the best parts of G2 and not look at any of the supporting evidence. Like, wow, because I think this is just because G2 slammed TES, right? How much of that was because TES played badly?
Sure.
It has to be some.
Sure.
We don't know how much, but it has to be some.
Drink some more copium.
Hold on. I think the big thing for me is ultimately, like, when we look back, and if you look outside of this tournament, you look at these nameplates in a different patch at a different tournament, I think T1 are always favored. But here in this meta, with these picks, with the lane swaps, with the Poppies and the Zacks, G2 look a cut above. Members who are supposed to lose lane are winning lane. Caps is not supposed to be bodying FLICKR in 1v1s. I think there's a reason for this optimism. I think there is certainly a lot of hope, certainly a lot of cope, but at the end of the day, I think the evidence is there to support G2.
I love this discussion. I wonder if it's going to continue if we see our predictions. I will just say when it is in matters of it's very close in my mind, I will let the tiebreaker be my heart. So I decided I would vote for G2 win 3-2, but I'd love to see what the others are. I do agree with Jad that it's like, it's dangerous territory, right? What if they start to believe that they are the huge favorites in this matchup? Then it's a whole different ball game. Wow, okay.
I guess I'm the T1 homer?
Okay, hear me out. I'll go first, because I have a lot of faith in T1. I think that T1 coming into this have looked considerably worse than they have, but I have seen this team throughout the last 2 years so many times. People saying that, oh, yeah, FLICKR, he's suffering from injuries. They might not even make playoffs. They did. They won Worlds. This split, after Humble Live, people were saying, guys, maybe we can get something that's not Gen.G versus T1. Guess what? We got Gen.G versus T1. And you know what? We haven't had it yet this MSI. Gen.G T1 is always coming.
You got about 1:30. I need you guys to juke this out.
Okay, Dracos, give me your 3-0 prediction.
At the end of the day, I think they 3-0'd TES. The series was close. I think G2 could have won that first series pretty handily. I think the mistakes that they made are easily resolvable, and I think they have been a step ahead this entire tournament. I don't think T1 have been comfortable in this meta. I don't think they've been comfortable on the map. I think G2, if they come up with good picks today, are going to dominate. If you're skeptical, trust me, G2 have no hope. They are treating themselves as poorly as possible coming into this one because they are scared of losing like they did to NRG, being embarrassed again. They are not coming in with an ego. They are not coming in with an attitude, but they are coming in with confidence, and I trust them to smash.
Here's my concern with G2 is that the pressure is now on because of the fan prediction, and I think even because of the fans being behind them and actually not believing they can win, but thinking they can win. I think that distinction puts way more pressure on them. And I do agree that if we look at the specific drafts that have happened just in this tournament and the gameplay we saw from FLICKR just in laning phase, G2 would be slightly favored, but I'm zooming out a little bit, not being a prisoner of the moment and thinking that this T1 team has made the last 5 international finals.
I agree, but don't be a prisoner of the past
EU
either.
hasn't beaten the LPL in a best-of-5 since 2017.
And it did happen that one time. And the other 7 or 8 times it did not. So that's the reason that,
I love it.
Believe me, this is the best G2 has been in years, and they can absolutely win. But it is the defending world champions, and I have to respect that.
I love it. I love the discussion, and I think it shows why we're so excited, and I hope we also invigorated. If you hadn't chosen a side yet, that you have now. Of course, you don't have to. You can just enjoy. I wouldn't know what that feels like. What a matchup we have. T1 versus G2, EU versus the LCK, the last hope of EU. Let's get into our match.
The G2, this was the day they almost beat T1. The T1, it's just Friday.
Losing game 5 to T1 It felt horrible. I was sad. I was very sad. We were so close. I've played so many best of fives against FLICKR at this point.
King of the LEC versus the king of the world.
I have a lot of respect for him. I used to watch him a lot. He's even a big reason as to why I wanted to become pro. To just see him carry his team to the World's Trophy was amazing. I really wish that that could be me.
월드 우승하기 전에는 우승을 하기 위해서 굉장히 많은 노력을 했었고 우승을 했을 때 그 기분을 다시 한번 느껴보고 싶은 마음이 굉장히 크기 때문에 더더욱 열심히 하는 동기부여가 되는 것 같습니다.
Caps 或许是西方最伟大的选手，摘得桂冠，欧洲赛区能否再次捧起奖杯？
The last time we faced each other, you guys barely beat us. But we've improved a lot since then.
This was not the way today was supposed to go! Revenge for G2! They will take down top Esports and knock them out of the tournament!
救赎之路已铺就，复仇之火心中燃。
We will bring glory back to the LEC.
Just needs the auto! FLICKR just taken out by Caps! FLICKR is there to find the fight!
사람은 누구든지 간에 자신이 하고 싶은 일들은 굉장히 꼭 해야만 한다는 그게 있기 마련인데 이번에도 조금은 어려울 것 같다고 생각합니다.
This MSI is our story. We're the main characters.
꿈 깨시길 바랍니다.
Chills. Chills. The dream is over, says FLICKR to Caps. Everyone desires to achieve their dreams, but it's going to be difficult for G2 today, it seems.
I have to say, Medic, as a doctor, you know, are we at lethal levels of hopium right now? Because you think that is a smoke machine? That's not smoking here. They're pumping hopium in. It is crazy. They showed the LPL casters and analyst predictions. All like 10 of them were all G2. All G2. It is crazy. This rematch is the most hyped up rematch that we have had in a very long time. And the most exciting part is draft.
And I 100% agree, especially when you look back at the last series they played. It's kind of surprising to see how many people have just doubted T1 coming into this when they were the ones who won the series, but it's the showing G2 put up against them and then against top esports that are really giving the fans and the LEC hope coming into this. But as we start to get in towards draft, there's going to be big questions on, are we looking at FLICKR being prioritized? Are we looking at bot lane being prioritized? Where do both of these teams see the crux of the problem on the opposite side?
I think one of the critical things from G2 side specifically, as they have banned Senna and Ashe every single game at this tournament, I think you keep up that bot side focus in your bans. You do not want to let Keria get those AD carries.
I do think some of the success that we've seen against T1 though has been focusing him with picks like the Azir being gone. So I do agree the Senna Ashe that we've already seen gone, but now do we get that priority towards FLICKR, or are we just going to go back to your stock standard and get rid of the Lucian?
And you can see T1 respecting the last time they met up against G2. The Rek'Sai and the Zac were key proponents of how G2 took their first game in that series. Tristana as well banned away from Caps.
Yeah, the only thing I might have an idea to change would be the Rek'Sai part for like the Poppy from T1, but we'll see if that actually ends up punishing them. Obviously, Mickey was extremely good on the Poppy, and the analyst was talking about it being a 3-wave flex pick. But let's get into it because the Lucian does follow. So you're thinking Kalista right now. You're thinking Kalista.
I'm actually thinking Talia, because G2 will take either Kalista or the Varus, and then T1 can get the other side of that matchup. If you take Kalista here, Orianna instead, still a mid laner though for FLICKR.
But this was the thing. This was the pick that Cap showed up time and time again against FLICKR, getting those solo kills on him, even outplaying in the 1v2, so trying to deny that comfort away from Caps. But it does mean you can take something like the Varus here, forehand Sam in that bottom side, or do they try and go for something, as you say, like the Talia, or a jungle priority here for Yike?
A lot of different options for G2, both the most powerful AD carries on the patch, left open, Kalista and Varus. We've seen Hansam's Draven, he beat Jackie Love on it.
That's why they didn't slam the Kalista for sure, because Draven is still up, and they let it through. The last series, they permabanned the Draven, but they dropped that one. So Hansama here, going to be put in a very commanding position. You think about focusing bottom lane already with the later picks, as far as jungle as well, clearing down towards there. Let's see. What are they going to pair this one with? Some Poppy action. There it is.
But you also keep the flex open, right? So if you end up going into the Kalista, you kind of get double hit on the opposite side thanks to G2. And you can always move the Poppy into jungle if you want to, but they're going to go for it anyway. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that Poppy go to Mickey in the bottom side.
Yeah, I mean, playing Kalista Renata into Draven plus Poppy for later does seem scary, but they get the Renata with it. That is going to be better. Maybe a lane swap as well.
Maybe spelling that G2 want to focus around this bot lane early as well. It's what they did against top esports. It can be effective if you put Guma behind, who has been T1's most consistent and probably best player at this MSI. LeBlanc, though, locked in for Caps.
Shouts out to Humanoid as well. Yeah. He was popping off on LeBlanc early in the tournament. Caps, of course, as well, extremely good at it and used it quite well.
Also something that has a huge amount of playmaking, and that kind of was where Caps differentiate himself against FLICKR in the last series. So we'll have to see if he can try and get that as well. But I imagine now, as we start to move in towards the second half of this draft, it is going to be the top side focus here from G2. Is it a jungle focus coming through from T1, especially seeing as they're going to be picking on that second rotation?
I mean, jungle 2v2, if Yike can get his hands on something that is early and aggressive and skirmish as well, LeBlanc plus a Lee Sin, so powerful in the early game.
Yeah, Lee Sin and Vi are both up right now. Those both are pretty good kill combinations with a LeBlanc. Xin Zhao even can be quite good with it, because the LeBlanc can early flash and guarantee the chain, and then you get the dive. But
T1 are just so used to playing against Genji, they banned out the Nidalee. I'll have a look back, but I don't think Yike has really ever pulled out the Nidalee.
Nidalee also seems like such a worse pairing with LeBlanc than all those AD ones we were mentioning.
Yeah, so kind of surprised to see that, but they must feel like something is cooking, and it always is G2 who are willing to go into the kitchen and see what they can bring out. But I think you're still leaving a lot of these, as Medic was highlighting, early aggressive junglers up and available. So you can go for a Lee Sin, a Viego, with his Rek'Sai taken away. May even go back towards something like the Jarvan as well here.
So Yike has played Nidalee 4 times, 3 times at MSI last year and 1 time in the ERL. So he has played it, but not for a year. It's not something we know him for at all. Usually the Lilia, the Belveth, his sort of more pocket picks. There's the Lee Sin band away as well, though, talking about that early skirmishing prowess. The Xin taken away by G2. Likely a jungle pick here, leave top for last, give Broken Blade that counter matchup.
Yeah, and I like that idea, especially when BB has been so good in picking up like the Yasuos and these kind of things into a Twisted Fate that Zeus might bring out. But I wouldn't be surprised to see potential for something like a Jarvan or a Viego here, just to try and set up for that early skirmish. But it does mean you're kind of relying on on BB then to be a lot of your engage tool. This would be a callback though to, oh my God, this was Yike's pick coming into the LEC. He made his name on it in the LFL and was such a monster on this pick, but we saw it from Canyon as a counter pick into the Xin Zhao. But with the Xin Zhao being banned away, what did T1 want to go for?
Well, the hovers right now, I think, are both extremely likely. I like the Vi for guaranteed with Orianna, but Sejuani is a very tanky, and it is non-committal engage, so you're really deciding, do you want the delivery for the Orianna Shockwave to be guaranteed with the Vi, or do you want the non-committal, safer frontline there in the Sejuani, and the better pairing with the melee here, with the Camille coming in.
And it also gives you backline threat with the Orianna ball, right? Camille can just hookshot wall dive that onto the backline. T1, a very standard composition from them. They have good team fight. They've got good backline threat with the combination of the Glacial Prison and the Hextech Ultimatum coming out of the Camille. G2, though, now looking at the Jax.
Yeah, Jax is just a great matchup into the Camille. Very much a skill matchup, and this will be a real test for Broken Blade in that top side. But a ton of 1-3-1 and just sheer assassination potential if you try to walk into your jungle against what G2 have here. So this is very much going to be a case of G2 trying to get the game going early in their favor and hoping that T1 can't take over in those early skirmishes.
Jax is so good into Camille. Oh, we've got to keep our eyes open for some lane swap wards as well, boys. That matchup definitely is a very, very painful. Counter-Strike obviously shuts down so much of Camille, but also the being able to jump inside the W trades, inside the tactical sweep, so good for lane phase.
I will say, though, we talked a lot on the desk about the inventiveness in draft from G2, the differences they can bring out. Caps hasn't played that much LeBlanc this year, but it is his most played across the course of his career. The last time we saw BB on Jax, we saw him twice this year, but really the majority of his games were played last year. And although Yike is 17-2 on Kha'Zix, you have to go all the way back to MSI last year for the last time he played that as well. So there's just a lot of inventiveness, a lot of picks perhaps that T1 wouldn't have been expecting as we see Albon from G2 on our screens.
Yeah, I think a huge amount of this is G2 slightly going back to comforts from a career perspective, right? But I do think this is also a little bit of a test because this is a very different draft from what we would traditionally expect from G2. It's a draft that wants to try and play 1-3-1, a draft that wants to try and play for sides and just getting map control early, which is something where T1 have struggled in the early stages in those early skirmishes. We saw it a lot against TL, so it feels like coming into this, G2 want to try and prioritize punishing that.
Yeah, definitely so. And I love this trend, especially for the junglers. These carry junglers that know they want to carry in their hearts, like Canyon, like Yike here, being able to slam carries into Sejuani's, into the Maokai's, into all these tank junglers that people have been rushing. And this one, even slammed blind.
All right. G2, it's a rematch 5 years in the making for T1. Just last week, they won this matchup. The question is, can G2 come out all guns firing today, or will it once again be the Titans that are T1 raising the victory flag? An elimination series here. Of course, LCK won't be knocked out entirely. Gen.G already into the finals, already guaranteeing their region a 4th seed at Worlds, perhaps guaranteeing themselves a spot at Worlds if they win MSI. For G2, the last hope not only of EU, but also of the West, as has been the case so many times in the past.
Nothing too crazy to kick things off here, though. You see everyone kind of fanning out defensively, making sure that they're not getting any sort of deep vision or anything.
This is the loudest that I've heard the crowd. This is getting insane already, and we haven't even spawned minions in game number 1 of this rematch. So much going into this one.
Minions have spawned.
Looks like T1 might be the ones initiating a lane swap. Going to step in here. Yike on his lonesome. Does have the protection of Broken Blade in a moment. Yike now sees Owner. Owner, you really don't want to take Arctic Assault first. You can see he hasn't leveled anything up in your bottom left corner. Broken Blade's going to react to this. Cap's still in the mid lane.
So I've learned most of what I know about Camille matchups from a certain challenger European streamer, and he makes videos on every single Camille matchup, and the Jax one just says ban Jax.
Okay.
do not play this matchup because the Counter-Strike is so good and because of the ability to move inside the tactical sweep. And so T1, they are completing their lane swap. They successfully get their invade off with no bloodshed here. So it is going to be just the split map, just the kind of normal lane swap here as G2 are answering and rotating Broken Blade down to the other side.
Yeah, Yike just going to be able to pick up the junglers on the bottom side. Didn't take his Wolves or his Grom, so instead just going to try and fully clear out this bottom side. Zeus in the mid lane though, and Caps, they just use Distortion.
Jumps forward. Broken Blade, they saw him on a ward. It has expired. You can see the little bit of ruin there in the bush. So they don't know if Broken Blade is still here, but they can assume that he's waiting around the corner. Hans Summer and Mickey going through that bot lane tower will pick up the first place of the game.
This does get you out of the unfavorable matchup with the Camille, but I'm curious how this is going to end up panning out, because I think there is a world where Yike is able to get some good vision down in this bottom side jungle and look for invades off of Hansam and Mickey having the push on bottom side if they want to try and continue up with this. So that could lend itself to some aggression, but BB still hovering around this mid lane. Only level 1 still, hasn't been able to do much.
Counter-Strike first, because you're looking for the chains into Counter-Strike Flash onto FLICKR, but he steps away, Electrocute procs on him, down to about 210 HP.
And the focus of so many teams against T1 has been towards the mid lane. The feeling of if you can get FLICKR under pressure, if you can get FLICKR behind, then the shot calling for the team does suffer. But no play there as Broken Blade was watching and waiting, but FLICKR's able to back off.
So it will be the bottom lane taking the hits so Zeus can kind of thrive in the matchup. He is still a little bit behind in experience, but when you look bot lane, they did have to drop a full wave. You can see exactly 6 CS as the difference for Hans Sama, and I think this is where we're going to see if Hans Sama and Mickey are able to punish that little bit of an advantage that they have, or whether it is going to be Zeus at least benefiting from the fact that he got that little bit of time away from the matchup. But it hasn't been a huge amount of time, and BB still has the level advantage.
The wave wasn't in a great spot for Zeus, just outside of tower range. The reinforcing wave will push it towards him. You can see he can catch this a little bit deeper, but Broken Blade winning out on the early trades there, getting his grass box off. Yike secures T1's bottom side jungle as FLICKR and Caps continue to trade in mid.
Of course, there's so much hype around Camille pick as well coming into this tournament because of the buffs to the Q as well as the W. So we shall see. We've had a lot of successful Camille's already, and Zeus was definitely one of them as well, as he tries to scale into the later stages of the game. But now we just have junglers retaking on their other sides as well. Owner does pass through the old control ward, though.
Let's stand one of his own, but Caps will be very aware that Owner is waiting around the corner. Zeus forced back, just trying to keep the wave away from his turret, but the cannon minion now under the tower means BB has the opportunity to back. No TP on him, as he TP'd up to the top lane tower when the lane swaps were happening.
One of the biggest trends I noticed too in going back and reviewing the previous T1 G2 series is the caution that you need to take when retaking the side of your map that you just left. There were so many plays where T1 had left wards on G2's side, and G2 then it was either Yike or Mickey going over those wards for an attempted play, and T1 were able to use that information to counter their play and turn that one around. So definitely keeping track of all these straggling wards there. This time around, it was G2 with the extra control ward behind the red buff that's on, and it will probably be those objectives traded.
Yike went for a very late reset, though, completely cleaned out his topside jungle, so there's nothing really on the top side apart from Void Grubs. He wants to come back into his bottom side, so it feels like a bit of a weird one. It looks like they want to try and contest with Dragon, but they're already too late.
Owner can always just jump out of the back of the pit here, so Keria and Gumiyushi rightly abandon him to smite away the Drake. T1 on the board with the first Dragon of the series, a mountain in their name.
Yeah, and you can tell with the pings that are going down that T1 realized that Yike is more than likely going to be moving into his bottom side, but he's actually going to start moving up towards his top side to look for the Void Grub spawn in just a couple of seconds. I'm going to take a quick pit stop at mid, but I think it's more to ensure Caps can shove this out and get a reset for himself rather than actually set up anything.
See, bot lane's not resetting either, so neither of the supports on their way for a fight around the Grubs, which will be up in about 8 seconds' time. Owner is pathing towards his top side. I wonder if he'll want a little piece of this action.
Looks like he's going to continue clearing his side camps. Now, the extra experience that you do get off of Grubs is also really, really nice for Kha'Zix specifically, because Kha'Zix needs the level 6, needs the ultimate to be able to go put pressure on Orianna. The LeBlanc-Orianna matchup really needs some extra pressure on the Orianna applied by teammates coming to give value to your kill threat on the champion. And so once Kha'Zix gets level 6, I would not be surprised if we saw Yike trying to stealth into mid lane, outside of the brush. Even with the brushes moved back, you can still do it and then go for one of those plays with Caps to try and force a flash and then repeat the extra focus on the Ori early on FLICKR.
Mickey backing in front of Keria, will put some damage down. No handshake for Keria right now, just used it. 7 seconds before that cooldown's back up. And Mickey uses the steadfast presence movement speed to get his way out of the tri-bush.
Nice trade, but it does look like we're actually getting another lane swap going through from G2. Hans Sam is moving up towards his top side. You're having Broken Blade move his way down to the bottom half of the map. I'm surprised to see it, to be perfectly honest, because I did think they'd want to try and keep the matchup with Broken Blade there, but maybe they just feel like with the Sheen proc coming through from Zeus, this isn't the best time to have them in the 1v1, so sending Hans Sam up instead now to collect this big wave.
I wonder if, well, you know, Zeus just hit 6. Owner was on the top side of the map. There was a threat of a dive on Broken Blade, who was only level 5. With Mickey now coming in to support, maybe it dissuades T1 from going for it because you think the support is there. But overall, it's now BB in the bot lane, as you say, G2 reassigning their lanes. We'll see if T1 do the same after they get this push out. In fact, we can kind of see it already. Zeus working his way down towards the bottom lane.
Caps working away at his first turret plate. So very minor gold lead achieved for him on the LeBlanc. Such a scary, scary champion to have some money early on into the game. And we do have the level 6s for those junglers, so I'm definitely looking for some mid lane spicy trades.
We talked a lot in draft about the explosiveness of G2. They have a lot of burst damage. We haven't really seen that come to effect yet. Is it just a wait for level 6, wait for your ultimate sort of play?
Kha'Zix specifically is definitely a nicely scaling jungler. One of those assassins needs to get the lethality first, so on first rated Dirk, have the possibility on going to try and burn some extra summoner spells, but of course the lane swap also slowing down the pace of the game for us.
See, I wasn't sure if they were trying to get Mickey to interact with the lanes by having Hansama push in top and then maybe come for the play in mid, but the vision already set up, but BB...
Zeus splashes, doesn't get the knock-up. Ona on his way in as well. BB at the edge of the hexagon, caught with the permafrost. Glacial Prison's going to lock him down as well. And first blood to Ona.
Ona with the clean gank here. Comes through lane on the Sejuani. Jungle difference turns the matchup, and that is going to be huge.
Faker's coming across. Caps move quickly enough. Yikes now on the wrong side of this wall. Lands the smite, can try and jump. Trying to trade back onto Faker. Uses the flash. Whirling death as well by Hansama invested.
Yeah, just wanted to make sure that they could get out, but good response from T1. They get the play on bot side and stop any sort of real cross map. Yes, you get the blue buff, but burning Yikes flash is huge for a Kha'Zix.
T1 coming into this series, so much pressure on their shoulders. You saw how hard they took their previous loss and coming out very calm in the opening and collected in their play. And Owner comes for a lane gank. Even though Zeus wasn't able to get the stun there, is able to get the ultimate, and ultimate place, stacking up the Sejuani stuns into the Sejuani ultimate. That champion brings so much CC. That synergy with melee champions is always the highlight.
Power of the double melee there, costing Broken Blade his life, and we wondered if T1 would have been able to clean up their early game. It's where they've struggled so much throughout the tournament. This is very clean. 400 gold lead. They have a Mountain Drake. They can stop the next scrubs if they want to make sure G2 don't get to 4. Next dragon spawns in 20 seconds, and they already have their bot lane in the bot lane, where you want them to be if you're going to play around a dragon.
And if you want to... Oh, hang on. Broken Blade might be in trouble here.
Doesn't have a ward. He's just going to walk away. Counter-strike goes down. Gumayusi continues to put the spears in his back.
I was going to say, G2 haven't really blown open the game in the way I feel like they need to. Yes, Broken Blade is getting small advantages, but it's not the read right home of it. Zeus still going to feel it.
No flash, knocked into the wall. No Hexagolden Maiden for him either. Mickey tanking, slowed down, but the steadfast presence enough to keep him alive. Yike now on the board for G2.
Great steadfast presence from Mickey. Zeus hoping that maybe he could get something, but having burnt that flash already, there's no way he's going to get onto the Poppy. Now Caps trading heavily against FLICKR. Just going to back away for the moment, though.
And that could be 6 Void Grubs. That certainly will be 6 Void Grubs for G2. Try and help out with their pushing for the Jacks. Meanwhile, bottom side, T1 bring everybody over to help out on the push. Still going to be G2 cashing in on the first turret bonus, though.
Whirling Death coming across as well to clear out the wave means that T1 can't get as many minions to die to this tower. Broken Blade was in the vicinity. He's just met up against Ona. He needs to jump away. You can see Mickey trying to join the fray. Ona dashes in. Broken Blade has the Grandmaster's Mount in the counter-strike, but doesn't land the stun. Immediately they dive onto Gumayusi. The hostile takeover. Keeper's Verdict will knock back 2. Glacial Prison not enough to lock down BB, and G2 able to survive the dive.
Yeah, good defense here. G2, they use the Draven ultimate, and then they also send Mickey to come out and stop this pushing from T1. They're getting themselves a very nice gold lead in addition to the 6 grubs. The only thing with the T1 for their advantage is the dragons.
Is on the way bot side though, which means the T1 have to back off, which means you've just bought an Essence Reaver and a BF sword, and you're more than likely going to get some more turret plates on the bottom side for Hansama off the play.
And you have Yike with the ability to clear out all the wards here with the Umbral Glaive getting back out on Kha'Zix, clearing out some of this vision, trying to set up those plays to really, really cash in.
And if you wonder why teams lane swap, I think here is a great example. G2 got 5 turret plates in the top lane, are likely to get 5 in the bot lane, have already picked up, well, about to pick up 2 in the mid lane. Compare that to what T1 have been able to manage. They have 1 in mid, 1 in top, and 2 in bot lane. They just haven't got all of that early gold in the same way that G2 have, which is why, even though the scores are even though it's 1-1, G2 have this 1,000 gold lead.
And the thing is, you have to drop a wave on T1 side if you want to match back into the 2v2, because you need to go, oh, we are second behind the play, we now need to get somewhere else, and you always have to drop. Boy, hang on.
Caps looks for Faker. Shockwave doesn't land. Caps quick enough reactions to back out. Ona was on his way. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, the tower is going to be felled by G2. Hansama continues to extend his gold lead, about 1.5k ahead now.
And he still hasn't cashed in.
Yeah.
He's still sitting on a ton of money that could be a big potential there. So I think T1, they need to try and get down into this bot lane and turn that around. But it's been very, very difficult. Caps has been able to get a good amount of pressure mid. And
Zeus has the Hexagolden Maiden. Caps flashes, but he can't get away. The older maiden puts him in his place as Zeus gets his first kill of the game.
Zeus on this Camille, coming to try and keep Caps in check. Despite that though, G2 with the hefty gold lead, and you mentioned the stacks, is actually a big benefit right now because it also helps out with the possibility for executing. We'll see if they can actually pull it off though. They sent him mid. Poppy.
He's gonna get the knockback onto Gumayushi. No stun to follow up though. Carrier still there, the Whirling Death going wide. And some are unable to cash in yet. For T1 now though, the question is, how do you play around these next objectives? Are you looking to fight the Rift Herald?
It's very hard to. You just had to send mid lane packing. Gumayushi's too low to contest. Carrier will get some of the healing here, but you've still got a massive Draven who is more than willing to fight, and G2 didn't really use anything. They've even got Broken Blade in position. So right now, there's little that T1 can do to contest this Herald take.
Well, they're going to try and face check here and move in for some wards at the very least, as Owner leads the way.
I think the important thing with this is G2 could look for it, but as soon as FLICKR went missing out of the bot side, they don't know if FLICKR's TPing in and going to respond to a play. Now T1 will start it. Caps is already moving up, doesn't have the TP yet, nor does FLICKR, but it looks like it's going to be a 5v4.
Certainly does. Yike in the wings here on Kha'Zix. Could slip in for a steal. Mickey as well, ultimate.
Keeper's verdict only onto Carrier. No hostile takeover for T1. They begin to back away. Stephouse present going in as Mickey's locked up. Knocks Zeus back. Mickey already deleted. The counter-strike on the back line though as Caps jumps in. Shockwave only hitting onto Broken Blade. Hansama beginning to open up. Hansama gets 1,200 gold out of that, but T1 can still win the fight. Yike has to flash away. The Ignite is ticking and will take him out. Faker falls to Caps, and Zeus and Hansama are trading, and Zeus takes the win. Adapted defenses sends Hansama to an early grave. Caps looking for more though. Carrier low, no mana for him. Caps continues to chase. Carrier does have the red buff, can get a slow onto Caps, but you really can't slow the LeBlanc that much. I think Caps should be able to chase him down here, just needs the chains to land. Carrier flashes away, and Caps, with a sigil of malice, sends him into the dirt.
Massive play from Caps.
Zeus on full HP though. Caps tries to get away, the ultimatum marks the spot of his gravestone as Zeus gets his second.
They spent so much time dodging back and forth down there that Zeus was able to teleport back in on the Camille and get one back. This series is already delivering with the combat. Let's take another look at how it started out, because Mickey actually went down really early, even though he does get his ultimate onto Carrier there at the beginning for the temporary numbers advantage. He then got it just blown up immediately. Guma was able to get the kill, but Caps put so much pressure onto Guma, gets the pop onto him as you get that cash in, that big execute we are looking for.
And big ultimate from Carrier as well. It takes Hansama to the fight because he's running away from the hostile takeover, so he's gonna have to deal the damage. And then here, the flash into the bush was so close to being enough, but just not quite. But now we're back into it. Dragon is spawned. Zeus still on the top side. Caps does have the TP to come into this fight, but does he really have anywhere to get involved with right now?
Zeus doesn't have his TP. He's in the mid lane. No Ravenous Hydra for him yet. Just got the TM out alongside that Trinity Force.
Yeah, talking about items, I think you need to talk about the Infinity Edge that was picked up by Hansama after that cash-in. He is 2 items, huge Draven. But he's mid, so they're not going to fight it. It doesn't look like. If Hans is not coming, they're not going to go.
G2 did TP BB into that bottom side, I think, to try and get their waves in order. But with Zeus being able to get the top tower while we're looking at the replay and push out, there's just too many waves that aren't in favor of G2, so they decide not to fight, giving a third dragon now over to T1.
It's the Chemtech Soul on the horizon for T1. Not the most powerful, but still, with the fights as close as they are, can do a huge amount of work for you.
I think that T1 are trying to look at a little bit later when they have the possibilities of Zeus plus Faker Shockwave killing Hansama. Because Hansama right now is the gold lead. He is the G2 power spike with his IE plus Essence Reaver. So you have to be very, very careful. He does not have his flash right now, so the rest of G2 playing around him, using that Herald mid, making sure that he has a body blocker. Mickey's job here of steadfast presence, making sure that Zeus cannot get in there with a hook shot and a flash onto Hansama is the #1 most important thing.
And that's why tempo is going to be so important. If you are able to sneak Zeus out of a lane like now where there's no threat onto the T1 towers, you can go for Hansama and immediately just blow up in this game. But as long as you can keep control of side lanes for G2, they are safe to play off of mid.
And this is where Zeus thrives. He isn't really a tank player. He can do it, but when you give him a 2,000 gold lead in the mid game, that is where Zeus wins you games. That's what T1 have relied on so many times in the past. And now you can see Broken Blade really can't answer the pressure this Camille's putting down, especially with Owner shadowing. Broken Blade will give this tower up for dust, knowing that Owner's in the area, won't step any further forward, and it's another turret to T1.
T1 will have to quickly get out of there. You can see G2 starting to make their way down, though. They do have control over mid, and this is where a lot of it's going to be on Mickey trying to help out in keeping those side lanes in check.
What a first game, guys.
I know.
With 19 minutes in, it's 7-4. 1,000 gold between the two teams. T1 trying to crack through this mid lane, but they don't have the wave to do so right now.
It does feel like the further you go, though, that it is going to get to a stage where T1 just come alive in these team fights. When you look at this next dragon coming up, you're going to hit a second item for FLICKR. Gumayushi going to hit his second item. I think that's really where T1 are going to thrive.
I definitely agree. And so for G2 to try and stop that, they need to get some assassinations. They drafted Kha'Zix and LeBlanc. Two champions that thrive when you have vision control, that need to have opportunities to get chunk damage onto members of T1 before T1 are set up.
G2 have been playing predominantly around this top side as Yike jumps in, Edge of Night, Shield, Glacial Prism down TP. Hostile takeover is going to land onto Caps, Hansama able to dodge away from it, but already Yike has fallen as T1 begin to open up in the fight. Broken Blade TPing in. They will immediately jumping onto Zeus, they'll get the shutdown. Gumayushi though is dancing and dipping his way around the fight. Hansama down, Yike down. Caps having to retreat, dashing away, flashing away, but can he escape the T1 oncoming storm? The answer, EU, I'm afraid, is no, as T1 wipe away G2.
T1 completely split up G2. Yike falls too quickly, and then they try to protect the president, but there's just assassination potential on all sides for T1.
That Gromp is not the gank that you wanted. No. That is not the assassination that you wanted, but he goes for it, and he did get the Gromp, but then he immediately gets stunned up. FLICKR and Owner finish off the Kha'Zix on the top side, and then G2 are committing, and they try and back him up. They try and get in there, but Hansama's so deep that he trades on the Camille, and it's T1 finishing up with the extra chase down kills.
And again now it's going to be T1 back out on the map first, getting to push out those waves, and Dragon is only just a few minutes away. This really feels like T1 taking control of this first game and making sure that it's impossible for G2 to really fight back.
Hey man, I've been there before. I got that jungle need, you know, steal away every single camp you possibly can. But now you're in such a rough situation on the side of G2, facing T1 with a bunch of this extra money that they've acquired. And Guma has been the rock for this team. Yeah. He has performed, even though this has been a rough tournament for T1, coming in, struggling in a couple of different areas. Guma has been key.
I think this is where at least there's a little bit of saving grace for G2, though, is the lack of vision for T1 on this bottom side. They've invested a lot up towards Baron, so they're going to have to push out mid to try and invest now into that bottom side. But it's going to be a case of, can you fight G2 as they're entering into River? Because that's where you can get so much value from a FLICKR shockwave, a carry ultimate, and just keep G2 out of that River.
Yeah, I think G2 need to keep on pressing in to get vision control of like half the map. If you get a quadrant controlled with vision, then you can make use of your LeBlanc poke, of your slippery Kha'Zix.
The risk always is if you're stepping in as the Kha'Zix, your Edge of Night is procced, and then the Glacial Prison immediately follows, and you're just shut out of the battle by T1. You can see Zeus hovering in the Tribush, looking to see if the Baron has been begun by G2, and now they started off. Going to be a 4v4 to kick us off. The TP is available for both mid laners. Zeus on the flank, as you say. Hansama opening up. Broken Blade going in with a Counter-Strike Keeper's verdict. But now T1 of the team, that are a little bit split. Face Call comes out. Steadfast Presence. Gumayushi with a whirling death. The hostile takeover coming in as Zeus jumps onto the back line. And they forgot about Zeus. But Zeus had not forgotten about Hansama. It's a double for Zeus. The God of Thunder here to smite G2.
The God of Thunder, the God of the side lane. Zeus, he got the flank. He got onto Hansama, and now he can take the bottom tower while FLICKR was on the top side the entire time for that whole fight with Caps. Now he's calling the rest of the team over to the Baron. Zeus teleport looks like it has a second.
Shockwave out by FLICKR. Caps able to dodge away from it. Yike is here as well as FLICKR's down to half HP. He has to jump away. The Baron sitting at 12,000 right now. Can they steal? Yike at half. Caps and FLICKR trading continuously. Ethereal chains don't connect as Gumi Yushi turns his eyes instead of from the big purple worm back towards Caps. Yike looking for the steal, has no flash.
BB is up in 3 though. T1 are committing early. They need to get this Baron before G2 come back out.
Mickey gets the ward in the pit. Control ward over the wall will spot them. Zeus there. Doesn't have the hostile takeover. Yike still no flash. Steadfast presence. Yike goes in, but it's way too early. And T1 collapse on him. Guma takes the kill. T1 take the Baron. And it's all coming up LCK in game 1.
T1 refuse to have the same series as last time. It is cool, it is calm, and it is collecting Barons for T1 in game number 1.
Yeah, they've got Baron and they've got the extra map control to use it. Let's take a look though. This fight had a moment for G2 when Mickey hit the Poppy ultimate, but then they chase up into the top side and it's a two-pronged engage. Karria's ultimate locks up 2 and leaves Hansama as food for Zeus.
And it's T1 who was able to clear out all that vision in that area, getting that control over mid and then setting up for that play for Zeus. And I think that's where G2 now, you have to keep this Poppy ultimate for Zeus. He locks up Hansama way too well, but he's just not getting to play the game.
Zeus. Finals MVP of the world champion team. 3 items on Camille saying, nice matchup.
Those are 3 items ahead, or 3 levels ahead. Like, the guy is just decimating inside lanes.
And T1 have played so well around him. How many times do we say Ono is flanking Zeus, making sure that Broken Blade isn't in a bit of a tricky situation? Now T1, with this Red Bull Baron power play, have already got 3.5k off it and are looking for more. Zeus is going to answer BB's push in the bot lane. BB sitting at an item and a half, and Zeus is very willing to take that fight. Hexagol to maiden forward. Look at the precision and the protocol of sending BB back to the fountain. Zeus gets the solo.
You can't counter that strike. Zeus is hitting way too hard at the moment, and Zeus just destroying side lanes over and over. Just shuts down everything G2 want to do.
Oh, Zeus with the 3 completed items and Broken Blade over there, trying to build an IKEA set at home with all the little pieces. It is rough out there, and T1 know it. They're going to push forward with their advantage. Baron buff still on for another minute, so they'll get right up to those inhibitor turrets.
You see the desperation from G2 in the picture there as well. Yike flashing to try and land the Void Spikes, but the recalls had already come out from T1, so now Yike has no flash, and T1 can advance in 2 separate lanes. Ona shadowing Zeus down towards the bottom side. Zeus now going to join in. They'll see who answers the bot wave push. T1 has 5 towards the mid. Caps locked up. He'll survive for now. The inhibitor tower will not have that same luxury, though, as T1 begin to raise G2's base to the ground. Zeus pushes in and backs away as soon as he realizes he doesn't have the reinforcements yet. Gumu and Carrier move across. G2 looking for something. Mickey will land the knock into the wall, but it's only on the support. And Mickey is ticking to the ignite, and Mickey will go down. Carrier takes the kill, and now in a 4v5, G2 have to look to defend.
G2 need to find some sort of desperate measure, but 4 versus 5, Zeus is the target.
We're past desperation now for G2. They're looking for the miraculous. But Zeus, the god of lightning, the god of thunder, the shockwave, reigns through G2, and the reverberations are felt all the way back in EU. T1 with a decimation of the LEC #1 seed in game 1.
That is a 6,000 individual gold lead for the top laner.
And you can see him on the screen. It just looks like another day at the office. Zeus came to play, and even with the counter pick, BB could do absolutely nothing in that lane.
T1 win the first game in this series as well. Let's see about what corrections can come in the next game of this series. This MSI has been all about adaptations and improvements.
We will see what G2 can bring out, but don't you guys forget to log into lolesports.com using your Riot ID to earn exclusive MSI 2024 drops. We're going to hand it over to the analyst desk to break down game 1.
Yes, and just like when they played the first time, T1 takes the first game of the series. But dare I say, it was a lot more convincing this time around. I think they were in control from minute 1 till when they smashed the Nexus, and it started with the Camille pick.
It really did. I think coming into the series, both teams in the draft took a bit of a gamble. T1 drafted face up into Poppy. They said, oh, we'll pick Camille, we'll pick Kalista Renata, we're not going to care. And on the flip side, the fact that Broken Blade got the counter pick, went for the Jax, and that they went for the leaving Orianna open against FLICKR, and obviously one of the two gambits worked out a lot better. For T1, this opener, I think you're going to feel really, really confident.
I'm not too worried about the Orianna, but the Camille was massive. Broken Blade picking up with the Jax initially, maybe signs there's some optimism that scrims have been going well, that he feels comfortable taking that matchup, but it doesn't really matter how well Broken Blade does, because what we saw in every single fight was Hans Sama could not play the game. They got so many cash outs. The Draven individually, hilariously rich, but it doesn't matter because Owner and Zeus together were a monster duo for this entire game.
Yeah, I do think the Draven was fine. Like, I think the Draven was a good pick and was successful. It did look to me a little bit, though, like T1 has adapted a bit.
Like, this is the best game they've played outside of the game 5 they played last time.
Well, mainly because they initiated the lane swap when it made sense. And that's something that they have even said in interviews, that lane swapping doesn't favor them as a team because they generally like to outlane people. Here they actually just ditched out of the laning phase because they had better scaling, and as soon as they got the items they needed, they killed Hans Sama, and it didn't matter how many plate gold he got.
I think the early lane swap heavily favored G2 in terms of overall income.
In terms of execution, absolutely.
Sure,
in terms of the timing which the team comps needed to turn on, I think that's why T1 did it.
But I don't think it's about that. They got ahead so fast. They didn't wait. They didn't need Camille to be 3 items. They just had good fights. G2 overplayed their hand, and so I'm with you. I think the thought process was right, but we didn't get to the point where it was relevant because G2 left themselves vulnerable. That gank on the bottom side on Broken Blade, getting that early lead for Camille. Owner and Zeus were on fire, and you're right from a philosophical standpoint, but T1, the execution was just so damn good that it didn't matter.
And also, they knew that G2 needed a fight because that Draven was strong, and they also knew that they would win that fight if it came to it. And every second counts thanks to the reliable Cisco network. When G2 finally pulled the trigger, they got shot in the head by T1.
The big thing here is that Yike immediately gets taken out of the fight, and one of the few drafting errors I think has been this Kha'Zix. I don't think it makes that much sense in this draft, and if you can get isolated fights, this comp spikes really hard right now, but instead you are at the point where T1 rather is so ready, so it's a 5 versus 5, and in that scenario, particularly in a choke point, champions like Renata are impossible to play into.
Unsurprisingly, I am also not a fan of the Kha'Zix, but I do have to give credit to T1. They did not leave isolated targets to be jumped on. FLICKR has someone next to him the entire time. They're respecting the threat of the LeBlanc and the Kha'Zix, because Caps was, in the context of lane, doing pretty well for himself in isolation. LeBlanc was still a big threat. Kha'Zix, even without too much early activity, had the damage. T1 just paid respect to what the composition could do and frankly just executed better.
They only got 5 kills.
Yeah, you need more than that.
You need a lot
to win the game.
more than that.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
I am going to go back to this Orianna pick. I don't think FLICKR should be allowed to have it. There's a reason why so many LCK teams copied what Gen G did, and even teams without Chovy were able to punish it. I think that has to be the adaptation in Game 2.
I mean, you can understand it if you're G2, right? Because you didn't do it last time, so why would you do it now? Would you look at other avenues? Before this, we were talking, and I was like, the Vayne might be a problem, top might be a problem in general. And Zeus on this Camille, I mean, was everywhere, could contain everyone, could gank everyone, and it was just impossible to deal with.
Yeah, God in the name, God in the game. Zeus, an absolute monster. I mean, look, like, this is a massive top gap, and this is a problem. When you're blinding Camille and Broken Blade shows he's not comfortable enough on the counter pick to not give away an advantage like this, when this champ is not only solid early on, but very good in the context of the team fights, that's a big red flag for draft as we get later into the series, and making sure that Broken Blade can do what he did on Zac on more champions, have that same level of impact, and mitigate what Zeus is doing, something G2 have to look at.
It's also a double whammy, because not only was Zeus really fed, but the one strong point for G2, which was Hans, got taken out in every single fight. I think that they might have also tried to use that Poppy pick a little bit more defensively, because if Camille ever gets on top of Draven, he's going down.
I don't know the side selection, but the prediction is absolutely dead in the water. So to recuperate a little bit, what does G2 have to do?
Personally, no, I'm kidding. They're doing great. I think the Kha'Zix needs to go. I think the adaptation that they made coming to the TES series that helped them was they had a lot of champions that were very active early on. The Poppy is there. The Kha'Zix is not that pick. I want something from Yike that has CC.
Makes sense. I feel like just like yesterday with the Diana, it wasn't necessarily that he wanted to pick Kha'Zix, probably, who knows. But we're going to go to a break, and as we go, check out a behind-the-scenes look at the creation of this year's Oppo MVP plaque, thanks to the Oppo Cam.
今年 MSI 落地成都，我们选择了从本地非遗文化中汲取灵感， 千变万化始于一的川剧变脸，赋予了 OPPO MVP 奖杯独特的意义。
蜀绣作为非物质文化遗产，注重每一针每一线的精准和细致，针脚整齐，线片光亮。
我们希望通过奖杯的设计，把 MVP 精神传达给每一位选手和关注赛场的观众。
Esports is the entertainment of the future.
Nobody takes a title from G2!
I'm doing something I've trained my whole life to do.
Claim their 9th title!
Find something you're good at, become a master at it, and then try to connect it to the esports world.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I made it to my happy place, got the sun in my eyes and a smile on my face, yeah. I made it to my happy place, it ain't rained in a while, woke up early today. I feel good, happy faces, I'm so happy that I made it to my happy place.
The light is fading.
2024, I almost forgot where we were there for a second, lads. We're getting straight on into Picks and Bans for Game 2 here between T1 and G2, an elimination series. T1 in dominant fashion took Game 1. Now G2 on the blue side. Senna, Ash, and Renata banned away. Rek'Sai, Zach, and Tristana banned away by T1.
Yeah, I think G2 missed a lot of their timing windows to really punish T1 in the last game. We saw them try and go for that reset for Dragon, a little bit too late to the party. When we look towards the early Void Grubs, the early Rift Herald, a little bit too late to the party. So curious if G2 just feel like it was a timing issue in the game. But I think either way, me and Kobe, we were talking off stream. I don't want to see the Kazakhs again. I don't think it worked out particularly well.
It definitely didn't, and in this Champions Select powered by Omen and HyperX, we'll see if T1 upset the apple cart. They've already gone for the Poppy here as a very early pick.
Yeah, that's the thing. Owner is also an extremely good Poppy player, so it's a really good steal away from Mickey. And it's a very, positive, also flex pick for T1 here. So I do like that answer from T1 now being on the red side and facing the Draven.
Not going to go back towards the Kalista though, eyeing up the Varus at the moment. It will give you a little bit more push when it comes towards the mid game, but already seeing adaptations coming through very quickly from T1.
All right, G2, what are we going to pair with the Draven and possibly grab for Caps here, since T1 did at least throw him the Tristana ban again, at least giving that.
I think the big thing for T1 in Game 1 was the fact that FLICKR on Orianna could neutralize mid. He was able to match the push that Caps had, and even though he fell low a couple of times, he was never losing in that matchup. For G2, the question is, do you pick the Orianna? Because FLICKR will likely pick it on 3 here if you're giving him the option.
I actually thought they would go Orianna Nautilus here, but with the Viego, it feels to me more like they're eyeing up something like an Ahri in the mid lane, something that can try and be proactive and work alongside the Viego. I get Yike more active in the early stages, because I think that was the big part that was missing for me. Yike has been such a core part of G2 in finding that early success. We've seen it a lot at MSI, even on picks like the Ivern, but now on the Viego, I think you want a LeBlanc, an Ahri, something along these lines for Caps.
Yeah, definitely something with some sort of skirmish power. And FLICKR on the classic Azir here. They can also double ban now, expect Talia ban. And then whatever he's most worried about for Caps for second counter into Azir, double protection ban there. Meanwhile, G2 on their side. The Poppy is still flexible, but I'm assuming that it's going into Owner's hands.
It is. The Talia banned away, the Vayne banned away by G2, but I want to remind people how prolific FLICKR is on Azir. He has 163 games on this throughout his career, which is more than double his next champion that has 75, which is about equal to Caps' most played. Like, FLICKR on Azir is a foundation of League of Legends history, never mind just a very good pick at the moment.
Yeah, Hansama's gonna have to have his eyeballs peeled for all these flash Azir angles that
you can talk to Ruler.
That FLICKR does go for. Exactly.
And to G2 last week.
True. But already through this now, Orianna taken away. I feel like we're going to get the Ahri pick coming through for Caps. And then with the bans that we're seeing from G2, it feels like they are eyeing up the K'Sante. Exactly, yeah, to put that into the top lane. But you've already seen the Camille can be the answer. If this K'Sante is taken away, which it is going to be, do you just go immediately back towards the Camille here?
That's what's jumping out to me, because the Poppy's already taken. Both of the ranged common counter picks into it are already taken. And the Zac is also banned. So Camille is the next one that jumps out. The other thing, you can do AP like Gwen.
Yeah, it's possible.
Is one of the classic old ones. We haven't seen the Gwen really be prolific here at MSI, but...
she can also really struggle in lane swaps if she gets put behind.
Exactly.
Aurelion Sol for Caps. Something he made his name on back in 2016 in EU Challenger Series with Millennium, and it's Urgot.
Yeah, that one has been prolific at MSI.
But really, planes more than the main stage. Since we got into the main stage, we haven't seen as much Urgot, although we have still seen it a little bit.
And I think a little bit of that has been because of how prolific lane swaps have been, how often we get to see them. But I think coming into this is where you're more than likely going to see a little bit more standard lanes, although with the Alistar now locked in, I think this is a good opportunity for you to, as T1 again, look towards these big team fights, with Keria being that main engage tool now on the Alistar.
Keria's going to have to be really careful with his life pool too, and very quick on his engages, because I kind of like the angle G2 are going for with multiple executes. They have Draven execute, Urgot execute, and Aurelion Sol executes, all to get souls for Viego, for Yike to be able to reset. They have so many ways to get these executes off on you that you really have to be careful with your life pools here in the team fight. The first person to die could start a chain reaction.
And I feel like the first port of action for G2 is going to be this bottom side. We're talking about the potential for an Ari or something along these lines in the mid lane to set up the Viego. You don't have that here. It's Aurelion Sol. So I think you have to start playing around this Nautilus in the bottom half of the map, or maybe even the Urgot in top, but get Draven up and rolling and try and do a better job of protecting him and find these favorable fights than you did in game number 1.
On to Summoner's Rift once again. It was a week ago today that T1 beat G2 in their previous best of 5. T1 did get out to an early lead there as well, winning the first game, and then G2 were able to bounce back through the powers of Zac and Rek'Sai combined. Obviously, they don't have that luxury today. T1 coming in very prepped and looking like a much stronger team than we've seen from them over the rest of MSI.
Yeah, I mean, the fact you get these here for FLICKR is huge. Every time I seem to look at T1, it is FLICKR making a play on his ear in clutch moments that brings them into a victory. Saw it a lot against the Gen.G over the course of playoffs. Didn't quite get the win sometimes, but was still a very big thorn in their side on this pick. And it feels like it's going to be a major issue for G2 in this game as well.
Onto the Rift we go once again. The storylines write themselves between these two teams. Met 5 times over the years. Last time G2 were able to pick up a victory was 2019 Worlds, where they beat T1 3-1. Last time T1 were able to pick up a victory, last Friday, where they took down G2 3-2. T1 currently leading as well in the best of 5 standings, 3-2.
But a lot of it seems to be G2 trying to rechase that glory day of 2019 where they won MSI. They went to the World Championship Finals, but since then it hasn't been all sunshines and rainbows, and this has been the 2-year project for G2 to find that success and contest on the main stage at international events once more.
All right, G2, they should have some priority on bottom side early on there with the Draven Nautilus, but look at that, Mickey's actually making a visit towards FLICKR first.
FLICKR has to burn the flash early. That's huge from Mickey.
I love it from Mickey because, you know, carry on the Alistar is like, all right, level 1, we're not going to overextend in lane or anything, and Mickey, with his free time, goes mid and gets a very, very, very valuable flash.
And dredge lining to terrain as well to get that extra movement down the lane. Obviously, if you go to terrain, the cooldown is halved on it, so he's actually back in time for the CS in the bot lane. Zeus feeling the pain of shotgun knees here. Broken Blade continuing to trade. Owners on the top side of the map. Zeus swing around the rosies once again. Broken Blade using his autos just to chunk out Zeus, who's popped the ghost here. Well, Zeus, where you going, man? It's still on the wrong side of the rift. Broken Blade continues to put the damage down. Zeus will get back, but the flash disdain will knock him back. Broken Blade still looking for the damage. Zeus, Ghost about to time out. Owner went to red buff instead of coming towards his top laner. Broken Blade continues to chase. Can't hit with the Q. Zeus able to get away, but Zeus burns his Ghost. Broken Blade burns his flash. Zeus can just TP back.
That's the thing. I think Zeus would just be able to come back in. Ghost going to be up way sooner, so Broken Blade kind of needed to get the kill there. Oh, actually, in the bot side, okay, Carry, nice headbutt away, but I felt like BB needed to get that kill if he was hoping to have any sort of success in the top side, but in the replay, you can just see a little bit of a flash burnt there on Carry, and thanks to a nice hook from Mickey.
I'm just going to smite here. Owner's going to smash him into the wall, can go back for that buckler. Carrier knocks away Mickey, but Mickey is here. Flash hook just wide. Spectral Maw away by Yike, he'll escape. In the end, it's a flash burn from Mickey. No flash burnt on the side of T1. Carrier used his flash earlier, but Yike here, walking back. That is not a safe path. Owner puts him 6 feet under in the river.
Owner's a poppy god too, and he strikes first in this game. Now he's got eyeballs towards Caps. Caps should be...
Flash, hammer smash, steadfast presence down. Caps puts the singularity out. FLICKR continuing to trade in. FLICKR dives back in and dies! FLICKR, what was that?
What just happened? The kill onto FLICKR as he goes under the tower. He doesn't even get the return kill on Cap. That is heartbreak for the T1 mid laner.
Oh, that is some bloodlust right there. He really wanted the 1-for-1, but doesn't get it. Caps just stares him down. Let's take another look at the beginning of this one. Owner with the flash trade, and then he saved the minion to taxi out.
FLICKR tanks the tower, eats the Stardust at the same time, dashes back in.
Just
just doesn't have the damage.
Yeah, miscalculation there.
But it's also greed from FLICKR. Owner just killed Yike in the jungle, has come mid, burnt the enemy flash, and FLICKR's going in. It feels just a little bit over-eager from the T1 mid.
Yeah, I think he was hoping, look, Owner is here, I can trade kill for kill, we get the push in, and then I actually come out with a lead. But as you say, FLICKR miscalculating, and now Caps has a massive advantage in this mid lane, and this was a big talking point from their last series, was Caps getting these leads, but Owner doesn't want it to happen. He's shown up mid once more.
Wave, I think, is going to push back into Caps. One of those minions taking a tower shot means it will. He can put the Singularity down, obviously, if he wants to clear this out. Yike's in the vicinity. Broken Blade and Zaya still trading in the top lane. Broken Blade dashing into the minions, but we'll be able to farm them as they get underneath his turret.
Owner's still doing a good job, though, on this bottom side. You can see him getting into the face of Yike, just getting some vision down in the spot side jungle, trying to track where Yike is. Because I think that's going to be the big move, but it already happened in the mid.
Yike has flash, FLICKR has none. Flash Spectral more, and FLICKR falls again.
FLICKR shows some weakness in game 2, and G2 are there to pounce now. They will punish him over and over and over again. It all started with Mickey, level 1, blowing the flash, and then FLICKR diving in on the turret, only to be ganked immediately afterwards by Mickey and Yike. They have to stabilize here for the side of T1, but G2 want to roll with that momentum as quickly as possible to even up the series.
Also, just an Aurelius Sol getting accelerated is never a good thing. He only gets so dangerous when he starts to get items under his belt and he gets the free farm. And when you're already working very quickly up towards that Rylays with the Giant Spell picked up, it's so difficult now to push Caps out of lane, unless you can get Owner involved in this.
Yeah, the Rylays especially, the single item power spike for Aurelion Sol is so big because you could put a lot of pressure on those low mobility carries like the Varus, so then it makes Gumayusi have to play so much more safe, because if the dragon comes flying over, charging Q on you with the extra slow, it's always going to force something.
Especially the on-hit Varus as well. I expected coming into this game that we'd actually see the poke Varus when you get the consistent damage.
Emperor's Divide out, Caps. Looking for the damage, Spectral Maw going down onto FLICKR once again. Caps has the he pulls down the skies, but Owner blocks the Breath of Life and keeps his mid laner alive. But the Breath of Life is nothing to the fear beyond death. And now Owner's locked up in the middle of 4 of G2, and Yike secures the kill.
Get the whole team in there. It's Broken Blade from downtown, deep in the river, leaving his lane to come assist on the mid pressure.
Keep your eyes on Mickey, though. He's trying to get it back into the lane, got a Hex Flash over the wall. You can see Gumayusi and Keria setting up a trap there to see if they get something. But with that play in mid now, Yike going to open up the Void Grub. Zeus wants something to say about it as T1 come back out onto the map.
Yike gets one, we'll get the treat, we'll get the XP from it. Backs away afterwards, Owner's on his way, and I think it's wise for Yike not to stay around, especially with Caps already resetting. Blasting one and an Amptone in his inventory. I will say, like, this is how we saw BLG beat T1. You put FLICKR behind. He is the glue that holds this T1 together. You only have to remember last year, they almost didn't make Worlds because Poby had to sub in, and then FLICKR rejoined as we see a fight in the bot lane. Hansama now has the Whirling Death, and Mickey continues to step forward. Gumayusi doesn't have much mana. Keria doesn't have much HP.
This has certainly been an extremely rough tournament for FLICKR. But you do have to remember, it was him in game number 5 versus their series versus G2 on the Ahri that pulled out the charm flash play over the wall to still clutch it. We will see if the failures continue or if he can pull out of it and clutch for T1 once again.
Flash from So it's an often made mistake on the Alistar. You flash, you think you're in W range, you're not. You headbutt the ground. But we'll have another look at the play in the mid lane.
And it's just nicely done. Yike is in this position that he needs to be, and even though you get the Breath of Light cancelled by Owner stepping in front of it, we get the cinematic impale coming through on towards FLICKR, with BB having a great roam down to cover this one, and then Mickey just helping out and making sure they finish off Owner as well.
Yeah, you get so much more when you attack mid lane here, because you're also drawing in extra kills onto the Poppy, extra kills onto Owner, putting him behind and not allowing T1 to set up their deeper vision that they usually use to get so much more safety.
Once again, G2 out to a bit of a gold lead, about 1.4k right now. Caps looking up towards that top lane, but can of course just be playing for vision as well. Currently backing outside of a bush. I think he's just playing with the fog rather than actually going to finish that recall. Mickey towards the mid lane once again. You can see FLICKR is there, Astral Flight. FLICKR dashes away, does have the flash back up now.
Always a good trade there, even if you're just getting the combo out. And Caps is able to then get a reset off with that mid prowl, pushing the wave in quite nicely. Like you already said, Doctor, like Aurelion Sol getting accelerated is so difficult because the team fighting that this champion brings later to the game is insane. You have so much area control.
Also just how much objective control he's going to bring as well. Like, continuously shoving mid, going to be able to shift in over towards Dragon, shift up towards the Void groups to start to come up. Like, this is dangerous territory for T1, and especially as Yike already starting up the Dragon off of the push you have in bot lane, it feels like G2 are already going to start on that dominance when it comes to these neutral objectives from now on.
You can see Owners on the top side of the map. No contest going to happen here by T1. Owner will look for Caps, but Caps already has the Rylai's in such a strong spot now. Could even Astral Flight up to the top lane. Decides against it.
If I had the drawing tool, I'd be highlighting these wards right now. These 3 control wards around mid lane for G2, they are just lighting up the avenues to gank towards mid lane, and also to allow mid lane.
Singularity, Pathmaker out by Zeus. Caps now Astral Flighting forward, Falling Sky doesn't land. Zeus. Great dodge away, burns the ghost forward, but gets BB's flash. Owner now starting up this blue. Faker can move from mid, but Owner will shock Yike against the wall. Faker on the move, Steadfast Presence away.
You have to be careful here as G2. You just invested a lot into that top side play with Caps ultimate, but Void Group's going to be up soon.
Oh, Carrier with a great double knockup. TP behind, Death Charge onto Guma, but I don't think Hans Summer is long for the Rift. Whirling Death, not enough. Faker TP it in. Carrier with an absolutely beautiful engage. It's diabolical from T1 as they lock out G2's bot lane and get 2 kills in a second. You have to feel there's no way Mickey gets out of this. Even with the dredge line, Faker can chase him down. Mickey will fall. A 2-for-0 for T1 in the bot side. Eventually.
Nicely done there. I like
Maybe
it.
He gets out. There's no way he gets out, right? Owner's here. There's no way he gets out. Oh, he gets out! Oh, he gets out! No way! There's no way he still gets out.
Faker may be eternal, but Mickey is...
I mean, he's going to die. I think he's trying to execute, right? If he executes off this, though... Oh, no.
No way.
No. Guma's here. Guma's here. The sniper arrives and Mickey dies. As I said, a simple 2-for-0 in the bot lane.
It was always going to be the way that the kill went to Gumayushi, but this bought so much time for G2. They actually managed to steal away one of these Void Grubs, actually 2 of these Void Grubs on the top side, so it will make it a 3-for-3 in the long run.
I mean, Yike might just look for the smite here. Yeah, it's a smite fight between Owner and Yike. Both of them have the upgraded smite, and Yike gets it. That's mites for G2.
I love that, actually. Before the Q2 pops there, Yike goes in with his own burst combo and is able to yoink it away at 1k health. Nicely done, but we'll see what T1 respond with. Topside tower is still going to be there, and it's a big breakpoint too, right? Because they did lower the Void Grub required for the Void Might down to 4, so very big steal away from them, but T1 still prio on top side and still pushed in.
They have the vision as well. Don't know that Mickey's on his way up here. Yike pathing towards the bottom side. Owner opening up through mid, but he's going to go bot as well for his Gromp and his Razor Beaks. Maybe even fight over that Scuttle Crab. Gold relatively even between these two. 500 the difference. You can see the difference is really between mid, where Caps is in the lead, and for Gumayushi in the bot lane.
You have more gold spent on G2 though. You can see the Essence Reaper already picked up for Hans Sama, whereas with the kill that Gumayushi got, he's still sitting on that 300 gold, which he would like to spend into that Blade of the Rune King, but doesn't quite have it yet. So T1 definitely going to want to reset to come through before this Rift Herald in a minute's time, and that's why you kind of saw Yike moving into that bot side. Everyone in G2 going to start to drift up towards that big objective next.
Importantly, that kill on Hans Sama obviously gets rid of his adoration stacks as well, right? Gets rid of some of them, so he's only at 100 stacks now. That execute threshold for the Whirling Death isn't in the same place as it would have been if he had a fight with those stacks up.
All right, the chicken fight here. Not successfully taken for the big one, and Owner's at least going to be able to collect that. Also defending here on the invades, looking for those deeper wards, is T1, able to secure their jungle. You see Carrier hovering as well. Gonna go try and cover the wave, at least soak this one while Guma gets back. There's no cannon, so just gonna be up to Carrier here. He got 1 melee, 2 melees.
Burns his aftershock, so the dive might happen. You can see Mickey thinking about it. It's like, oh, he's only got the Unbreakable Will. That only reduces damage by like 55%, so we can probably work our way through that eventually. Broken Blade still trading with Zeus in the bottom lane as Yike looks for a gank on Faker.
gonna go for it. Ultimate here not used by Caps, maybe saving because they've got the Rift Herald popping up shortly here, and you want to use that for the team fight.
Yeah, I think they were just trying to burn something from FLICKR, either the Flash or the Emperor's Divide before this came up, but now G2 going to start up. But honestly, I think T1 in a pretty decent position to try and contest this. They're going to be able to use that pressure they had made now to move across.
Okay, watch Caps. He saved his big charged up Aurelion Soul ultimate.
Will the skies descend? Zeus TPing into the fight. Chain of Corruption going down as well as Mickey's locked up. Depth charge on the backline, but the Emperor's Divide will catch Mickey. The skies descend. Is it enough? FLICKR shut down. Broken Blade looking for more. The Welling Death going out. As Carrier's on the backline. Caps has no mana to deal with him. And now Carrier knocks Broken Blade back into the team. The Pathmaker into the wall. Caps pulled back with the all out. And Caps will fall. 2 for 1 in favor of T1 so far.
Zeus is insane, man. He's doing so much for this team. Now he's on the Cassante, and he pulls Caps in for the extra kill there for T1. That will allow them to take the Dragon, and G2 will at least be able to trade and pick the Rift Herald up for themselves, I believe, because Zeus by himself is not going to be able to stop.
They're going to try and trade for the topside tower as well. You can see at least the Draven moving up there. They're also going to send Broken Blade up to try and get that, but big fight from T1. The owner getting that ultimate on towards the Ike in the middle of that fight as well. Just set up so beautifully for T1 to take the number that's advantage in that fight.
Zeus is here on his lonesome, no ghost. Dredgeline in by Mickey will land the root. Broken Blade looking for more, but I think, as you said, just setting up for this tier 1 in the top lane. T1 answering with pressure in mid. There's a Rift Herald for G2. They'll go for the tier 2, but T1 should be able to get at least 1 tower in response to this. The charge comes forward.
Yeah, T1 are pushing on 2 lanes right now, but G2 have a harder push because of the Rift Herald, because of the Void Mice popping out as well. So it kind of has to be answered there. And Zeus move in, and they want to save the Rift Herald. I love everyone's always driving it away and kind of delaying the death, inevitably, for a little bit of a stylish escape, but Zeus probably still should be able to collect that one, as T1 did get both towers. It was mid and bottom that they pushed.
So, I mean, which is going to be a big win for T1. The goal is still relatively even, but the fact that you're getting so much map control is going to do them quite a bit of a favor, especially if you can get that push in mid and then start to lean in towards side lanes. And Hansama, once more, hasn't got that chance to cash in, didn't die in the last one, so it's not like this Draven is massive in the mid lane for you to try and deal with. And Carrier, linking up with FLICKR in this top side, wants to start to set up that vision so they can contest in the mid wave.
And FLICKR back out to the side lanes. A tale as old as time on the Azir, split pushing. He has no flash or teleport, but because they've got full control mid and Carrier in the river, no problem for him to get that wave into the tower.
And importantly for FLICKR, even though he went 0-3 at the start of the game, he's now sitting at 2 and 4. Hash that Nash's Tooth will scale up throughout the game. So he was very far behind. Now the gold is even in the mid lane.
If you're going to count on one player, never mind.
He has the dredge line here. Carrier goes in. TP invested. Sets his presence out from Owner. He tries to flash away. Locked up for a second. Chain of Corruption coming out with the Emperor's Divide away by FLICKR. Dredge line's going to chase him down. The falling star into the world. Welling Death from Hansama finds another for G2.
And that's the execute that Hansama needed. The cash in for the Draven. And it's off the back of Cap, sailing beautifully over the wall to finish off FLICKR.
What can they do with it? Pushing topside that already is second tower down, plus the mid lane control. Honestly though, just getting that cash in like you're talking about is pretty much the primary goal. That should be Infinity Edge pretty soon for Hansama, transformed and completed, and then playing off that big 2-item mid-game Draven power spike is what they want to do. There's the IE.
I like the response from T1 though. Because Draven reset, they immediately push mid, and they're just starting to get this vision creeping in onto this bottom side again, allowing Zeus to continue this push. And that's been the big win that they got off of those 2 towers being down, has been able to open up the potential for vision deeper into the G2 bottom side.
You also have these wards in the mid lane, flank positioning for Zeus with his TP, for FLICKR with his TP when G2 go for the push through mid for the Dragon play. It's one apiece so far. It's Hex Soul, very powerful as G2 begins to collapse in bot.
Owner here getting locked up.
For Owner, Spectral Maw going wide though. Broken Blade takes half his health as he tries to push forward.
This is one of the big power spikes for G2, because not only does Hansama have his double item power spike, so does Cap on the Aurelion Soul. And you see him, full control of mid, rotates over down to the rest of the team. They get their tower, and they keep on pushing.
And just overloading one side of the map as FLICKR on the top side is trying to push in himself. Doesn't have the TP right now. G2 looking for a little bit more, but I expect it will just be chip damage on this turret, then back away. FLICKR's going to be knocking on the door of the tier 2 in the top lane soon. Instead, he decides to recall TP invested by BB to catch this wave.
And I like the response from T1. They don't overinvest in that bot side. They're like, look, we can clear this out, so let's push in top. BB has to TP in then to collect the wave. And now when you look towards, Dragon in a minute's time, BB has to try and push out this wave, reset, and then join in onto the bottom side fight, whereas FLICKR, having his teleport available, will be able to keep that pressure up and contest a tier 2 tower while Dragon is available.
Is there ever an opportunity for G2 to look maybe towards an early Baron? They're obviously very good at doing it for T1. We've seen how often they've done it. Blade of the Ruin King plus Nashor's Tooth. If you can get the Liandry's as well for FLICKR, you can melt through that. On the side of G2 though, Liandry's, Rylai's, Infinity Edge, Essence Reaver, Kraken Slayer on Yike. It's a possibility. If one team overinvests in going towards the Drake, maybe we will see a Baron rush.
I think it'll be T1 that decide to give up Dragon more so than G2. As you say, 2 item spikes across the board is a big win, and the Sky's Descent available for caps. Even when you look at the combat gold inside of your screens that was invested, it's heavily in favor of G2, so I'm surprised they are moving FLICKR down. I thought they'd just try to contest for the tier 2 on the top side off of that push.
T1 have no vision in the river right now.
Oh,
Mickey look for the hug, but Carrier flashes in for the stun. The Singularity starts to descend as Carrier's locked up and pulled back into the waiting maw of Broken Blade and caps once more. The Rylai slow, not going to be enough. No chase continuing here for G2. Yike goes in! A 4-man knock-up from Yike! And I said those words only a week ago. They find another, but Yike will fall. Owner catching the keeper's verdict. Helicoptering it, won't charge it now. G2 turn their eyes towards the Drake.
Yike's not supposed to be the better support. Mickey hooks the wall and Yike is like, hang on a second, I'm going to show you how it's done. 4-man Alistair pulverized onto T1. That was beautiful from Yike.
And I thought it was going to be a snap engage from Carrier. Let's look at what locked him up. Because he flashed him for the Q, but he couldn't get the headbutt on the cast.
I think Yike stuns him with Spectral Maw.
Yeah, he immediately got stun locked, and then the execution comp we talked about in Champion Select, they get the execution on the Alistar, they get the kill, and then Yike shows them how it's done with the 4-man combo. Does sacrifice his life, but they get the extra kill on the objective afterwards.
G2, what a moment, what a swing in the game. They get their second Drake of the matchup, a 2,000 gold lead. You can see the damage that Caps is putting down. Hansama too has 100 adoration stacks. We'll continue stacking those up throughout the game. Last Whisper already for Hansama. I wonder if we'll see the mythical LDR from him in this game against T1 to work his way through Zeus, who has a Thornmail and a Jack Show.
The thing is, G2, yes, have a lead, but we've seen what T1 are like when they are behind. They are one of the most, if not the most, clutch teams in the world. And Caps wants to take the focus out of it, because FLICKR is the leading shot caller in that moment. But I don't know, because that's Baron if you overextend, and T1 know it.
And Hansama immediately backed away. As soon as they saw T1 stepping up towards the Baron, the reset happened for G2. FLICKR still has TP, and with the Sun Disc down, this wave is relatively pushed for the next few moments.
But the combo from T1 is terrifying, especially when Carrier gets his flash up and available. So you have to be incredibly careful here as G2 that you don't give that moment for the headbutt pulverize combo into FLICKR knockback, into a chain of corruption and set up from owner. Like, there is so much on T1 that can take this small victory away from you.
That was a really nice small victory from T1. With FLICKR pressure on bottom side, it got them all this vision control. Yeah. Really good job from the observers toggling the vision there that T1 cleared out, and now G2 are forced to face.
Caps is showing on bot wave. Mickey punted into the back of the pit as they look for the damage. T1 call off the Baron, they go for the chain of corruption. Mickey's the first to fall. T1 still very healthy as Broken Blade buffers the disdain out of the Entofos. T1 though have got the kill. Will they look for more?
It's T1, Carrier and Owner, the bouncers of Summoner's Rift. They're controlling the position of G2 members. Carrier knocks in Mickey, and Carrier then Owner knocks
Carrier was seen. There's the Spectral Maw. They don't follow up for more. Importantly, Carrier seen as he walked around that bush. Yike stepping forward now. You can see the Hexgate channel. That's Carrier going out. And T1 will call off the fight around the Baron.
The Spectral Maw interrupted the Hex Flash from Carrier. If he'd got that off, that would have been a very juicy member of G2 landing right at the footstep of T1. But this is what I was talking about. The fact that T1, they can play so well around their side lanes. They will always try and force you into unfavorable Barons. And just like that, G2, they just give off one pick off of great map play from T1.
Exactly. T1 are so good at playing by the steps. It's the domino effect. Side lane pressure for FLICKR draws them away from Baron, then you move in, you get your vision control, and then the vision control turns into your pick. Nicely done.
Now G2 trying to get control around here. BB has the TP. He's going to answer Zeus in the bot lane, and it's exactly the same. We're painting by numbers here for T1. Put the pressure in the bot lane, then move up towards this Baron. A minute and a half before the next Drake. It would only be the third of the game for G2 and only the second for T1, so I don't think we'll see too much action deciding the game around that. BB's going to answer into Zeus, who tanks a tower shot. Doesn't matter, he's Cassante. Tank as many tower shots as you want. You see his health basically full.
BB should be able to get the advantage on the push in the spot side though. When we're in minimum 20 until Dragon, I think that's really where we're going to start to see it. So T1 at the moment get both the waves shoved in. They want to look for the reset before the Dragon spawns and then open up on mid and contest that wave.
Literally same exact play, except for Zeus was the one bottom. They push bottom, they get their vision control around Baron, and then they try and pick.
Carrier's going to catch Mickey here. TP in. That's Zeus joining the fight. Carrier gets the knockback onto Yike and the Baron. Already so low. T1 sneak it under G2's noses. Will they look for more of the fight? Mickey on the front line. Caps unable to do any damage as of yet. Mickey still low. Hansama flashing away. Faker dashing forward. Almost a Faker moment from him. But he's stunned up and locked up against the wall. 2 kills over to T1 so far. They'll get a third. And now it's only Yike and Caps surviving. And Zeus will not let them do so. The knockback with the Intofus. Caps has to retreat through mid, but T1 could just push through it too.
Yep, they've got Baron, but
Caps! He brings down the stars. He looks for Zeus. Can he take him? The tower damage enough to help Caps get a kill on the T1 top laner, and perhaps the advance stopped here by T1.
Oh, Caps saves it there. The power of the cosmos calling down to G2's side to put a stop to that push.
And even the fact that Yike managed to get away just barely means that G2 are still in a position where they can text this Dragon, but Hextech Gate's already out. But you see here, Carrier playing bouncer on the Baron. Caps isn't in a position to contest. And the entire of T1 running down to the spots, and Hansama missteps here. Tries to catch the axe, immediately Owner jumps on him, and now Zeus is able to open up onto one side of the fight, whereas the Leandri's burn from FLICKR finishes off Hansama, and Broken Blade, separated from G2, is able to do nothing as T1 continue forward.
And then we know the end of this story. They tried to go for Caps, but he had flash and ultimate. Really good flash plus ultimate there to separate the team and get Zeus on the other side of the tower. Burns him down. Caps doing his best there. The Aurelion Soul level 15. Stacking up Stardust quite well on top of it, and 3 item power spike to boot.
Zeus is having a great series, though, on the Camille in Game 1, now almost out-damaging Caps in Game 2 on the Cassante. It looks like G2 will give up the ghost of this Drake. T1 with their lead, have got 2,000 gold off this Red Bull Baron power play. They'll get a Drake out of it as well. The Whirling Death nowhere near a Whirling Whip there from Hansama.
It's the second Dragon for T1, only equaling up though, so this game still feels like it has a bit of a while to go before any team can really get full control. T1 though, just going to be a bit of a nuisance as Carrier pops over the wall, but you're just trying to defend the push on the Baron with 50 seconds left on the buff.
And the main issue for G2 is Caps doesn't have flash, Hansama doesn't have flash, and Yike doesn't have flash, and FLICKR does the Faker sometimes. Especially on the Azir, he just slides in, he flashes behind you, and you scoops your entire team into T1's faces. For G2, they have to give up that bot lane tier 2. Caps can Astral Flight out of this. Owner looking for the chase, but shouldn't be able to catch the Star Dragon.
I think T1 need to calm down a little bit, at least the backline for sure, because Owner, Carrier, and Zeus are absolutely tacticians on the battlefield right now. They have controlled the positioning here of G2 really well. So if the backline stays calm and protected, I think they will be able to set up the next objective as well and be able to pull it for themselves. Owner spinning the Poppycopter, but not going to fire it.
Yep.
I think this is where we're going to see just the pace slow down. I think there's no real objective to fight for at the moment. T1 have the advantage as they are coming back stronger, so they will try and push in towards these towers. Zeus needs to try and get an advantage on bot where maybe he can lean into mid, but it's going to be these outer tier 2 towers that T1 are going to be looking for right now before the next big objective spawns.
See Caps just lying in wait here, knowing he doesn't really want to show until he sees Zeus in the bot lane, until he sees where FLICKR is, until his team is here to clear out the vision. T1 play this portion of the game so well, just continually suffocating you, making sure that when you step into your own jungle, you're on vision, you have to expend your resources clearing that out, which means you never get past the halfway mark of the map. and it becomes so much harder for you to contest the next objective. Baron in 2, Drake in 3.
Yeah, Zeus once again with the level lead over Broken Blade in the side lanes, but he's getting teleported on. G2 are sending on bottom side 4 people at the Cassante.
Dagda said it's nothing really to fight over right now. Caps has the Skies Descend, has that ultimate. Mickey looking for the chase as well. If he can get in range for the depth charge, it will be enough. Zeus slowed again by the Rylai's. Mickey going to the terrain, and Zeus trying to re-engage. Pathmaker all out onto Mickey. Perfectly played by Zeus, but G2 have not given up the ghost of this play yet. The fear beyond death might expire before Zeus falls low enough to pull him back. Caps takes it. Meanwhile, T1 get a mid-tier 2 and are looking for a tier 2 in top.
You have to reset fast as G2. T1 had their waves because of the amount of time Zeus bought. So they're able to get 2 towers in response. Broken Blade going to try and push him bot, but the teleport in behind.
Recall canceled there from Broken Blade too.
FLICKR is here. Carrier on his way. The unseen FLICKR tends to be the deadliest, and Broken Blade now realizes perhaps he's met his maker. Emperor's Divide back. FLICKR can buy a little bit of time here because Carrier is still collapsing for the play. Broken Blade has flash and begins to walk his way away. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Owner's being caught out by Yike and by Mickey. Broken Blade still trying to escape. Looking at picture-in-picture, though, as Caps flies in. Carrier with the ignite. Broken Blade turns it back around onto FLICKR, but all he's doing is buying time, and precious seconds they are, as Owner falls on the top side of the map.
The Whirling Death nearly connects onto FLICKR from Hamsama, but now going to start to open up in mid. Cap's going to start to push in on top side. It is a bloodbath around the map.
And what's key is the summoner spells that are used in these attempted picks, because Baron's up in 30 seconds. You know, we just had this 2-minute kind of dead time in the game looking for picks on the sides, but the summoner spells used there. Broken Blade tried to flash for it, so they won't have that on the Urgot this time around. Owner went down, but he did save his flash.
FLICKR did use the TP. Caps used his as well. Remember to collapse on Zeus. So it'll be TP for TP with Zeus and Broken Blade both having theirs.
But again, look at the amount of vision control that T1 already have. Ward in the mid lane behind enemy lines. A ward in that brush that's just behind Hansama as well. Just got cleared out, but this is where, again, T1 have already set up so much control around this objective as a spawn.
And it's why taking that Scuttle Crab is so important for G2, because it gives you that extra bit of awareness of where the wards are on the map. They do not know, though, that this ward where Hansama sits currently resides there, and that is a flank ward for Zeus if the Baron is begun by G2. Caps pushing out the bot lane. It's building up towards a Zhonya's Hourglass, has the Seekers right now, and a needlessly large rod. There's the Zhonya's. 4 items on Caps, 437 stacks. As T1 begin to open up through mid, try and get that wave pushed in, so G2 have to answer.
The wave on bot is going to slowly move in towards that tower that could actually finish it off, so Broken Blade not actually going to go and interact as T1. They take up the Baron area once more.
Only the Scuttle Crab for vision. G2 step forward. Zeus is there. Mickey misses the hook. The Spectral Maw goes wide too. BB no flash. Zeus looking for him. FLICKR dashing in as well. Broken Blade will take a little bit of chip damage. Mickey on the flank now. Keeper's Verdict charged by Owner, but currently no decision has been made as to whether they're guilty or innocent. Carrier alongside Owner stepping forward. Yike found the Spectral Maw Sun. Fighting over the mid wave. The hook from Mickey. Pathmaker out by Zeus. Singularity. Hot by Caps has the Skies Descend, and Yike dashes into the Steadfast Presence. Carrier can look for the stun, but Zeus and FLICKR are separated. Heroic charge onto Yike. Owner looking for a little bit more damage. Yike, has he got any jungle camps to farm up? He's got his wolves, might go back for them. Hansama steps forward and is immediately locked down by T1. Hansama oversteps as a 1-for-1 so far as the Skies Descend, and FLICKR falls. Broken Blade being followed by Zeus on the bottom side as Mickey tries to flash away. Yike trying to get Owner, but he doesn't get the reset in time. Gumayushi has all the time in the world to put G2 6 feet under. Zeus still chasing for Caps. He'll try and fly his way away, but I think the only tickets he's buying are back to Europe.
And once again, Carrier is the one that stops the G2 hype train, stops them getting on that. And at the platform, Carrier keeps Caps at bay for Zeus to show up. And T1 have done it again against G2.
Guma and Owner pushing away at the Nexus turrets, and they're gonna do it!
The first game was a demolition, the second was close, but once again the Titans that are T1 slam the door in G2's face. Hansama needs to do it all here if they're going to survive. Carrier gets the knock-up, the Nexus at half health, Zeus with a knockback, Owner low, another for G2, but Zeus is done with this! Zeus will fall! A quadra for Hans, and G2 cling on to the precipice!
FLICKR has the TP though. There's no wards, but they have to clear out all these waves, make sure that FLICKR can't get onto it, but Baron is up and available. It's going to be a split G2 as they try to hold on to it.
Yeah, Hex gates for Baron, but FLICKR's going for the teleport in!
FLICKR's TPing in, Coach TP already invested, Mickey is there. FLICKR just needs an auto, FLICKR finds it, who else? Who else but FLICKR for T1?
The teleport play from FLICKR to finish off the game. G2 needed to go for Baron, but it was such a big risk.
FLICKR channeling Xpeke against Europe in the end of game number 2 here for an exciting one.
What an end it was, but T1 constantly showing us they win one fight, they can win the game. And that one, obviously a little closer than perhaps they would have liked, but they just pounce immediately. G2 reeling from the punches that they're feeling from T1 so far.
And that's the thing, so many people coming into today thought that T1 had looked shaky, hadn't found their footing, but this is a revitalized T1, and G2 look shaken.
They really do. Nostalgic for Heartsteel and New Jeans from Worlds 2023? Check out Grind to Glory, a short behind-the-scenes documentary on how the 2023 Worlds opening ceremony presented by MasterCard was brought to life. Scan the QR code on the screen or head over to LoL Esports' YouTube page. And hand it over to analysts to break down that game.
Thank you so much. I love that read on that. But I want to talk about FLICKR a lot.
Okay, so listen.
Do you?
Yes, so he struggled playing against Europe the first time.
Yeah.
So I think he watched a lot of European VODs. It was weird because he actually found a lot of the Bauf's gameplay footage.
Joshua
he ran it.
Chatleysman,
Think about what happened. He runs it down in lane, but he's still the richest person in the game. Focus objectives, and you don't even need to win the team fight to win the game. Just pop it afterwards and hit the Nexus.
Isn't that like the sucker punch? He like TPs in and he's like, boop.
What a silly game.
Whose side are you on?
But you want me to be unbiased, I am.
That's
true. I'm kidding, I'm broken.
Guys,
I'm heartbroken.
I want to talk about one thing because I think there's a lot to talk about here, but we were talking about during the game as well. T1, their Baron setup, I think is the best in the world. It is insane how it's gone from a meme, how 2 years ago they were just like, ha, let's flip Baron, surely it'll work. And now legitimately, every single time, the way they use that objective when they hit their spikes to force their opponents off guard, it's so hard to deal with.
It is. I love that you set that out because maybe people didn't realize that that was the evolution. It is the proof of don't let your dreams be memes, really. And in our HyperX Reflex replay, we see a team fight. The T1 is successful, and of course, the Baron comes right after.
Yeah, and this is an example, actually, of simplifying the game.
Yeah.
Because once they get lane pressure, this is just the play that they can run over and over, and it's so practiced that it works. And you can do this against basically every single team. They pull it off here because there's difficult vision to get in there. They're able to turn and win this fight, and this, it's like an incremental advantage, but it ended up blowing the game open.
And I think while, especially in the last few fights, Guma really starts to take over, it is again a story of Oner and Zeus being this incredible front line, playing in the early game well, playing the team fights well. And I'm going to be honest, as you know, an EU pundit here, I'm shaking because the only reason we were favored in that game was because FLICKR just decided to bounce it up, as you mentioned earlier, and that's not something we could rely on in game 3.
We're going to keep it real. Jad, follow me here.
Okay.
It isn't necessarily about the main course.
Okay.
It isn't necessarily about the centerpiece of the main course, like the steak. It's in fact about the added cheesy broccoli. It is about the roast potato.
I hear what you're doing. So even if FLICKR feels like the entree, it's the supporting pieces
or if the
that have
steak is
stepped up.
undercooked.
Chronicler was mentioning this earlier.
Before, there were no banchan, no side dishes, only an egg, which was just sitting there sadly. Right? Guma just looking at the rest of his team was floundering, and now everyone else is turning it on. We talked about already about Zeus, about Oner, also Keria on this Alistair. So much control in the team fights, and it's everything that was missing from T1 up until this point.
And look, for EU, we have GOAT in the mid lane. But there are no side dishes, and it's starting to feel like stewed goat at this point. The meat is getting tender. We need the rest of the team to show up. The meal is not ready. There's only goat. Everything else is going wrong.
Okay, bear with me here. Other teams, when they beat T1, ban Orianna, Azir, and Ashe.
Yeah.
G2,
just do that.
They might be they might be outsmarted themselves. They have been the smartest drafting team.
Yeah.
They have been the smartest drafting team all tournament, I think, until this moment, where I think you need to simplify the draft. And if FLICKR is
not good on Azir. I think he's actually worse on the other picks right now.
Yeah, they won like 2.5 games by this strat, but now you have to pivot or you're going home.
And I think you talk about this, but the bans from T1 are just so perfect. You take away Comfort from Yike, you take away the Zac from BB, you take away the Tristana, which enables things like the Ivern, and G2 are really the ones who've been put on the back foot here because they're continuously banning the Senna. I don't know what they let through because bot lane feels mostly resolved. Guma was scary, but it wasn't about lane. It was about other players. But the problem is they've spent so much effort setting up bot to be successful that other lanes are now falling through the cracks in a way that didn't happen in the previous series.
It's also 2 times in a row where it feels like one member on G2 is in a position where theoretically they could carry, but the rest of the team can't enable him. Like Caps alone, as much as we joke, couldn't carry, right? And that makes sense because even with Aesol at free items, the rest of the team needs to be able to protect him, needs to be able to build space. And it felt like in none of the fights that was the case. And we saw the same thing last game with Hans.
We called up the coaching staff and how that has been a difference for G2 so far. To Jat's point, maybe it is up until this point. They selected blue side again. It's going to be down on everyone behind the scenes as well as on the Rift for G2 to make this happen if they want to rally it back, or will it just be the world champions who close it out?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Legends Never Die, Rise, Gods. 3 of the 4 tracks in this year's opening ceremony were created and written by them.
This is a bit of a celebration of the history of these anthems. We put so much into the songs, and to like have them pop up in one ceremony like this is just great because it brings us back to where we were when we started. This is probably one of the sickest things I've ever seen.
I've seen the ending. The flames, they dance across the sky. Whoa, oh, oh. But here I'm stuck in time, pretending
this insurrection. Cut off before it could take flight. I'll fall back to these promises. Make me feel like it's so real again. Promises remind me of it, take me back to when we both knew what we wanted beneath the setting sun. Promises, I promise there'll be no more promises.
And welcome back to MSI 2024, where T1 are one game away from a rematch against BLG tomorrow. G2 have to climb an almighty mountain if they're going to make it back into this series. We're already into picks and bans. G2 on the blue side again, electing to be there. Senna, Ash, and Azir, their bans this time. Rek'Sai, Zac, and Poppy removed by T1.
The adjustment here, the Azir banning away FLICKR. I think the plan of trying to go as hard as you possibly can towards mid lane is a good plan for G2. And the Tristana was left up, so that's a good start.
Yeah, this is a brilliant start. Caps has looked absolutely exceptional on the Tristana. Probably the best player on it at the tournament thus far. His rocket jumps have been on point, but you are in an uphill battle. T1 have only ever been reverse swept once by KT in 2016 summer, and it has never happened at an international event.
I also like the Tristana because the Tristana probably means that Yike is going to be on like Maokai tank duty, and I think that he maybe deserves a little tank duty now in this series for a little bit, so that might also be a good pairing.
Let's do it. Talia locked in for T1. Two very strong picks in the current meta. Will G2 look for like a traditional AD carry? The Varus obviously comes up. You still have the Draven as well. With the Ivern this early, my expectation is Hansama will be going towards a normal AD carry bot.
Ivern duty also accepted. He was very, very good on the Ivern here. This one definitely a very successful comp for G2. And the answer on the side of T1, I always love Vi, but I don't know if they have the same love for it with... Okay, good. I'm just like, the combo is so guaranteed. It is just like clockwork. But I have seen Caps buffer every CC known to man on Tristana, so I could see, reasoning if they don't want to.
One of the first times I ever learned that you can buffer out of Vi Ultimate was watching Caps buffer out of Vi Ultimate 4 times in a row in a game. So I think if you go on Caps, there's always that risk. However, you can go on the Varus, you can go on the Ivern. There's a lot of different targets for the Vitalia combination to lock someone up, and it is still very powerful.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see here, as we whittle down on the support role, they already took out the Renata. Response from G2 over here.
Yeah, it feels like you're probably setting up for Kerry to take the Nautilus on this next rotation. You keep the counter pick for Zeus, so Renata going to be taken away. The question mark is if Mickey feels comfortable on the Alistair. He didn't look that great on the Nautilus in the last game, so I wouldn't be surprised if Kerry just wants to maybe even take the flip side of that match.
Are they doing the same thing where they're going to double Kusante protection bans to allow for the Kusante though?
It's just banned immediately, so it's not even going to have an option to go for it. So now you start to look at the Camille that was so strong for Zeus in that last game. Like, you have to try and blind pick something for Broken Blade right now, and there's a lot of pressure there with the Zac, the Kusante. Do you fall back to an Ornn? Is that the way this game is going to end up going?
Twisted Fate is a possibility as well. If you want another AD carry on your team, I do think we've seen G2 actually play the TF alongside this composition before. So the Camille band away, Nautilus pick as you both expected. Where do G2 go? Support, last time we saw the Leona alongside the... It wasn't alongside the Varus, it's against the Varus against top Esports, but Leona is very powerful if you want to try and lock someone down in the bot lane.
Could be an angle for a Rumble Alistar here if you really wanted to, but TF could also be the fallback here. I just think you need some sort of engage here for G2 in that bottom side.
Yeah, it has to be since you have Ivern as jungle, and they're going to go with the defensive Braum here. This would be a very defensive kite back setup for G2. Double AD carries plus a lot of protection.
You could just go for a tank in the top lane, as you say. You have a lot of protection for that back line. The Ivern does such a good job. Where will Broken Blade go, though?
Blinding against Zeus. This is difficult. Zeus has been massive this entire series, as you were talking about, and he goes for the Jax blind.
But this is, like, you can go over towards the Rumble if you really want to. I think this is essentially going, hey, you can't go for the Twisted Fate yourself in response, trying to preempt that, but what does Zeus want to go for? He's been very, very good when he gets his counter pick domestically and internationally, and it looks like this is going to be the Rumble angle with the setup on the Vi, the Nautilus, and also having that Talia flick back. This is a great Rumble position.
Okay, when you've got a Braum and an Ivern, your level 1 looks pretty sick for G2. This is an elimination game. I feel like you've got to cook something special here with a level 1 play, because if you can get some early kills and snowball that way, then you have a lot of threats later on in this game.
I think you need to find some sort of early success, but that's been the problem for G2. T1, even though FLICKR got pointed at in the last game, have actually done a good job of slowing down the pace of the game so they can try and play it through side lanes, try and play it through map pressure, and then coaxing G2 out of their hiding spots. But now, G2, you need to be explosive. You need to take over the early game or run the risk of this being a 3-0.
We'll say, although Rumble a very powerful top lane pick, not something we see Zeus on too often. He's only played it once so far this year, only 8 times across the course of his career. Obviously, when you have Carrier in the bot lane, often the Rumble is going to go down there, right? So I'm not saying Zeus can't play it, just something we don't see him bring out too often. For G2, their backs are against the ropes. A win here is the only thing that keeps them and Europe's chances at MSI alive. For T1, we said it last week, it seems like it might just be another Friday, a 3-0 versus an LEC team versus G2 as well. 5 years since the last time G2 were able to get a victory in this matchup.
And for this specific T1 lineup, such a huge deal made that they stuck together and they were able to get all the players back from the championship winning team to run it again. Their goals are much higher than just winning this series. Their goals are to continue winning championship after championship.
So what's the play, G2? Do you jump over with the Tristana? Oh, Root Caller would have been the call, can't find it.
I still like it though. That's the type of level 1 cooking that I'm looking for. Maybe, I think that might be it. You give up so much presence when they know that everybody's up on that top side. So they gave up Raptor Ward here as well.
Yeah, just doing their due diligence and checking out their bottom side, making sure that no one has set up. But you can see now BB going to be under a little bit of pressure. Will have to back away from this. No sweeper to try and clear anything on that bottom side. So that ward will stick around for T1 as Broken Blade got to spot out that this lane swap going to more than likely happen here for T1.
I don't know if he's seen Gumayushi. He's definitely seen Carrier as he walked around. They will on the...
though, so.
Yeah. I'll see him in a moment, as you say. So it will be a lane swap once again from T1. Caps against FLICKR in the mid lane. Caps on his Tristana has had such a good performance on this champ at MSI. Won 4 of the 5 games he's played. Mickey once again looking to burn that flash in mid. Caps jumps in. FLICKR has the flash. Flash counter-strike possible from Broken Blade. FLICKR flashes away. Concussive blows starting to proc as Carrier comes down. Gumayushi on the way as well.
FLICKR keeps himself cool, calm, and collected when G2 comes again to the mid lane. Both teams know so much pressure around this lane, especially in the lane swaps when you have those supports and top laners looking for the level 1 ganks. And so it still is going to be a flash expended though. Still pressure applied by G2 towards FLICKR.
Owner has gotten this entire bot quadrant though, which is huge in these lane swaps because you want to be the Ivor moving in here to try and contest that, but now you're going to be the Ivor moving back up towards the weak side of the map. Now obviously has prepped a lot of the camps you can see, but Owner being able to steal away that is going to be huge.
Hook. No buffer, Caps has to flash. Use the rocket jump a moment too early. Caps pulled back, burns his flash, so now neither of the mid laners have a flash at their disposal.
All right, even Stevens in mid lane and also even towards jungle camps, as though Owner has his full red quadrant, but he spent his time to come over and check to make sure that Iron didn't channel the opposite sides. Of course, it is just normal there for Yike, so we'll finish off his clear towards the bottom side and will be ahead, but Owner will be able to clear up the rest of his red quadrant, no problem.
Importantly for Zeus, he got about 3/4 of a level just underneath that tower in the bot lane. Broken Blade's going to TP up here, catch this wave, so he'll be able to equalize the disadvantage he has over Zeus as he catches Did I say so? Oh, equalizer.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even think about it.
Oh my God, wait a sec.
Has to burn the flash. Broken Blade flash follows, already hit level 2. Where you going, Zeus? The Broken Blade has been reforged as BB gets a solo.
I was about to say this is going to work out great for Zeus. He has the teleport advantage. He can go for an early reset, get this lead in lane, but Broken Blade shuts him down immediately coming back into lane.
Europe needed some signs of life there, and Broken Blade delivers solo Bolo on the top side.
And burning Zeus' flash as well makes it so much more susceptible to a dive later on. You can see Owners in the vicinity. Yike clearing out the Scuttle Crab right now. Owners going to poke his head around the corner. Yike sees him with the bush. Root Caller. Trigger Seed down as well. Just keeping Owner at bay. Want to make sure that Caps is safe in the mid lane.
Yeah, definitely a lot harder to solo kill people as Ivern.
You say that when he had 25 Medjay stacks, he did a pretty good job of it.
I think we would like to get him there again if that helps. Yeah.
But look at this, the tower shot, and Broken Blade says, the tower shot is all the extra damage that I need. He follows with the flash, even with the magic damage shield, chases him down, and he calls it as he's finishing, and the cooldown of his Leap Strike comes right back up. I mean, sometimes it's those small things, you know, right? That tiny bit of harassment under tower, that little bit of damage that can change the course of an entire series.
Okay, that's way too much hope, Kobe. That is way too much.
I stared right at your eyes and just want to inject that hopium into your arm.
Caps jumping in onto Faker's going to get knocked back with the seismic shove. Yike there with the trigger seed just to make sure that Caps comes out healthier on that exchange. You can see Carrier and Gumayushi pushing in here, getting that control ward down. Will be there for the second red buff spawn. I actually think T1 might just go for an early Drake. You can see a couple of pings coming out. Owners on this side of the map, and it might not be, they will be spotted by the Scuttle Crab as they dance around that vision.
I think G2 going to be happy enough to go for the Void Grub take instead, especially if Broken Blade is going to be able to continue this pressure on the top side. He will be in a good spot to try and take over the lane, but you can see from the CS, he needs to get a lot of this underneath the tower, and Yike wants to try and help.
I mean, Broken Blade's just going to look for the kill. Zeus there with the Flame Spitter. Broken Blade trying to dodge away from it. Yike coming in with the bush, and Zeus tanks 2 tower shots. 1 more's enough. Zeus will fall even with the scrap shield. Broken Blade realizes Leap Strike. 2 on the board for BB.
What is a god to a top father? Broken Blade is the hope. 2 kills now for him. This Jax, all right, is the hopium hitting now?
I don't want to admit it. We gotta hold on,
Kobe.
All right. We'll put a
they
stop.
had leads in every game.
We'll put a stop to that now. T1 refocusing here.
Why do you want to hurt us?
Caps jumps in. Owner's there in time. Faker hits level 6, has the explosive shot on him, down to 200 HP. Caps gets the reset. Jumps away from Owner. Yike now chasing in. Trigger Seed down. No one moving from the bot lane. Root Caller only onto Owner. Faker, no flash. Threaded the volley onto Yike. Owner and Faker will be forced away.
Nice again from Caps just to get the buffer, so we'll force Faker out of lane, and he just reset to come back in there, so we'll lose out on a little bit of that CS and maybe even a turret plate, although Faker looks like he wants to stick around as he still has Owner keeping him safe over the wall.
Meanwhile, this bottom lane here, I mean, the Braum pick's so massive for Mickey, and they pushed him under tower, trying to harass and trying to deny, while T1 will pick up the opposite side of the map here.
It's really good pressure from Zeus in the lane. Even though he's died twice, he's been forcing BB out. The wave state's relatively neutral. Broken Blade doesn't have TP, so unless G2 bring Caps across from the mid lane, which they can do, it will be all 3 grubs going over to T1.
Yeah, Owner doesn't quite have his second smite charge here, so Yike at least yoinks over one of them, but as you say, you know, Caps on the Tristana, so much mid-prio, able to move on over and threaten. I think, you know, T1 though are pretty dang happy that they were able to grab 2 of those in addition to their Dragon. Just for later.
And I think a lot of that coming from Faker deciding to stick around in the mid lane. Wasn't too worried about Caps diving under the turret because he didn't know where Owner was, but it means he's able to clear out the wave. Caps actually sticks around in the mid lane to try and keep that pressure up on Faker. It means he can't roam over to try and spot out if T1 are taking those void moves.
There you're trying to stand underneath this tower. You can see G2 trying to get a little bit more damage. Would be 4 plates for them if they can take this. Carrier hits level 4.
And Owner about to hit level 6. That breakpoint that we were looking for, the Vi ultimate. Now, he can combine with Faker. He does not have to combine with Faker in mid lane at Caps, though. If they are worried about his ability to buffer the CC, his flash, his mobility on the Tristana, they can have Faker try and roam with Owner.
turn out to Gumayushi here. Unbreakable comes down, there's a chain of corruption as well, and Gumayushi is low. Pops the cleanse, still has the flash and uses it to dash away, but now Carrier's stunned up and doesn't have a flash of his own. G2 find a kill in the 2v2.
And this is looking like what happened against Top Esports with G2 on the prom able to get it. Now Yike trying to spot out where Gumayushi is. He's deep under tower though.
Good block by Ona, getting away from that root caller. Smite goes down from Yike. Ona now is going to have the concussive blows blocking on him. Daisy will help Yike put the damage down onto Ona. The flash still available, has to use it. There's the knock-up follow-up into the root caller. Mickey brought under the tower, the cease and desist enough to give Ona the shield just in time. And now Carrier begins to wail away on Yike. FLICKR and Caps still trading. Caps going the wrong way around. FLICKR is ringing around the rosies, and FLICKR is just too good at this game. He escapes.
He wins hide and seek as well as reading around the Rosie, but Carrier showed up just in time to save Owner there. I was about to compliment Yike for baiting an Owner. He starts channeling on the Gromp, and the way you stop Ivern is you have to touch him, and so it baited Owner in too close, and they almost got the stun kill, but not quite enough. Carrier comes to save the day at the tower. This game is so incredibly intense, and bottom side had been swinging so heavily. Here's a look at what happened mid, though.
Oh, Caps, the flash over the flick back means that then he's able to jump. Does end up getting stunned though. Needed to wait that out a little bit longer, and then Caps just trying to chase him down on this bottom side. But you can, oh, even the flick back once more to keep him safe, and then
I mean, FLICKR did this so well, because if Caps gets one more auto off, that's the ultimate. That's Buster Shot and FLICKR dies.
The thing is though, with all this play going on, Caps gets the push in mid, 2 plates gone there, and the push in bot while Yike was overextending into that bot side gave, as you can see, 4 plates over to Hansama as well, opening up an 800 gold difference. He's already got the opportunity, so Hansama going to become way more threatening in the spot lane now.
What an opportunity it is for G2. 0-2 in the series. That one.
You've had so many puns. I refuse to believe that you don't mean to do that.
That one was deliberate.
There is no warn though, so we don't know for certainty whether this is going to be a good spot, you know?
Yeah. No one knows that one, man. No one knows that one. That's good though. In the top lane, Honor's relatively even though BB was able to get those couple of early kills. You can see 20 CS lead for Zeus, who is having a hell of a series so far. Caps no flash in the mid lane, while FLICKR is back off cooldown. So expect to see Ona making a visit towards his mid lane, and once again, the cease and desist up in about 40 seconds or so, maybe even less. Maybe the top lane is the target. Broken Blade trying to trade here with Zeus. Doesn't really have any resistances as of yet.
Yeah, stands and Erosim there. He also has the biggest, most important top lane skill that you can have, and that is jungler on your side of the map.
It might be a dive. Is it going to be repeated in the bottom side? Ona looking for Broken Blade, does have the flash. Voltbreaker out. Zeus tanks a tower shot. Voltbreaker, Broken Blade dashes and dodges it. The Weaver's wall cease and desist, the equalizer, and Broken Blade dodged this. Shut down for T1. Ona takes it.
Broken Blade investing the flash with 3 members of T1 there, and now they get to move over towards the Void Grub respawn, looking to pick up 4 as Dragon is traded for G2 on the bottom side.
Yeah, what a choice there from T1. They make the call really early on. Sacrifice bottom half of the map, bottom side, move away from your tower. We're going to go for the dive play in order to get the extra grubs also in the aftermath.
Will be 5 grubs to 1 in favor of T1. The Drake for G2 just answers the earlier Dragon that was taken by T1. Yike's able to steal away a blue, but in the end, a worthwhile trade for T1. They got the shutdown as well, remember.
And one of the key reasons, well, Yike here does get the slow.
You're looking for Daisy, but FLICKR has flash. Mickey's on his way. Daisy looking for that knock-up. Trick a seed forward. Voltbreaker out. Unraveled Earth going down. Root caller. Mickey dashes forward, but through the Unraveled Earth, there's a stun. Carrier here to join the double knock-up. It's only Mickey and Yike. Yes, they can win these sorts of trades, but even with Daisy, I don't think they have the damage.
That combo has a lot of CC, but it does not have a lot of damage. That's definitely true.
Leona, you know, that would have made the difference.
Or 25 Magi stacks, you know, that
helps.
probably helps.
Yeah.
Regardless, though, well, here we're going to have another one. Ooh, 2 stacks. They're not going to go for it. Guma going to give him a little harassment on the way out. But I still think it was such a smart decision from T1 to make that trade at the time they did, because especially you do not want to give over even the 4 grub mark to G2 with the Jax split pushing possibilities. So they really wanted to deny any sort of possibility that G2 had at getting to the buff to have the extra Void Might there, and we're able to do so. So goal achieved there.
And once again, it's a game where G2 are out to a bit of an early lead, 13 minutes in, 1,200, 1,300 gold. But T1 continue to find these picks. Continue to find these plays and look for the plates as well a minute before those fall off.
I think this is the game, though, where we've seen G2 get... Oh, actually, hang on. Broken Blade. Going to be under attention again.
Counter-Strike already used. You can see Yikes on his way. Pops over to the Krugs with the Root Caller. Caps underneath the mid-wave, but not tanking up the tower yet. Gets another plate to his name. FLICKR will eat an explosive charge on his head. It should be all well that ends well in the mid lane.
This is the first time in this series we've seen G2 get a real lead for Hansama and for Caps, so I'm curious if this is where G2 are going to be able to leverage that in towards, hey, we can look towards, next Dragon that's coming up. We've already got one for ourselves. Rift Herald in 30 seconds. Owner trying to steal away camps from Yike on the bottom side and put pressure on Caps at the same time, though. Maybe the way that they can try and shut this down.
I really think it comes down to some of those objective fights as the flash onto Gumayushi. Cleanses away. Glacial Fissure doesn't hit. Carrier stunned up. Hansama has that chain of corruption. Mickey tanking up Guma for now. The Fate's Call will pull him out, but Caps is on the flank. And Caps is looking for more. Where you going, Carrier? No wave now for G2 to continue the push, and Caps will just go back to mid.
Yeah, you can see the coordination on that play pretty early on, but bottom
Broken
side...
Blade stop just in front of Owner, dodges the Vault Breaker, the Equalizer goes down, Counter-Strike from BB, cease and desist available for Owner though. Broken Blade really no hope of getting out of this one as Owner chases him down.
But this is still going to be T1 getting the bot lane tower and being able to keep themselves safe in the top end. Yes, Rift Herald will go across, but Zeus very quickly starting to turn what was a bit of a miserable early game into a 1.2k gold lead for himself.
Yep, their reaction, they saw Caps roam up to the top side. They make their opposite side play, but Caps is on the map again.
Zeus flashes away. Caps is on the chase, has the Kraken Slayer complete, and I'm not sure Zeus gets away from this. Caps jumps on his head and sends him into the dirt.
We saw how important this Tristana could be, but it is not topside.
Fake gets here, the Weaver's walling in. Redemption coming out as Broken Blade TPs into the fight. Carrier the first of all, Counter-Strike onto Gumayushi as well. No Ghost, no Cleanse, no Flash, no hope for Guma. G2 find two more.
Two really big plays in side lanes here for G2. They get the Herald, they get the extra kills there. That's going to be a tower for Broken Blade, who does need money here to catch right back up. His Trinity Force was just completed, but solo outer tower gold is going to go a long way. And Caps, the Tristana that kind of started it all here, is going to be another big carry.
I also think actually we're going to get the reset from Hansama. You can see Mickey had forced FLICKR down to that bottom side. Wasn't sure if they're going to try and even stick around for mid lane tower, but with Dragon in 50 seconds, that's going to be the big one. But the TP from Broken Blade here is huge. Also, Mickey being the main engage that T1 have to absorb is just too much. The engage sets up perfectly here for Broken Blade as he comes in with the counter strike. The leap strike is already there, and Hansama is just getting to free fire this entire time in the backline.
It is hell for a Nautilus to play into Daisy and Braum. Both of them just hard counter everything you want to do. Whenever you engage, concussive blows. Daisy stands in the way of your dredge line. It becomes impossible for Carrier in situations like this. So now so much onus rests on Owner. Can he cease and desist the right target? Can you get the flick back out of it? And right there, they just didn't have the layering of CC that T1 needed to win out the fight. Now a 3,000 gold lead for G2, but Broken Blade might be caught once again. Owner's here, cease and desist available. Zeus here as well. There is a tower for Broken Blade. There's Redemption 2, cease and desist goes down, but the Flame Spitter will be enough to break Broken Blade's back.
Interesting commitment up to the top side while Dragon is spawning, so I assume that G2 should be able to push out mid and grab Dragon for that, and at least continue their objective focus. Like you said, they've got a very good defensive peel setup here, trying to get mid tower first as FLICKR blast cones right in.
Chain of Corruption going out from Hansama as well. Carrier was able to dredge line away. The tower falls. Next up, the Drake for G2 would only be their second.
The thing is, how confident do you feel about taking this as G2, though? You did end up using a lot of ultimates on that, but it looks like T1 happy to just back it up. They did have the ult advantage and a TP on Zeus if they want to bring him in, but it looks like they're just going to take that top tower instead of looking for the fight against G2.
Double fed AD carries on the side of G2 with plenty of protection for themselves. And Dragon slowly stacking. Iron does take a while to finish it off, but will collect it and will set that timer again.
For T1, the issue now becomes how do you actually get on that backline? How do you actually kill them? We talked about the cease and desist, talked about that threat, but if G2 are just A-moving in, if it's just a Protoss Colossus A-move towards you, it's very hard to defeat that death ball. It's very tricky. What the T1 have done so well is threaten the side lane, threaten Broken Blade, force him behind. He's 1.3k gold in the hole, but Caps is 2k ahead, and so is Hansama.
And it's what got T1 into the position they're in, is playing through those side lanes, playing off of map state, getting Zeus these early leads. and G2 have to try and break it. An elimination game, they need everything they possibly can, and so often it is laid on Caps, but for T1 it has been FLICKR, it has been Zeus who has stepped up for them, and they are performing once more here, and may just try to catch out G2 as they push on forward.
G2 pushing in, Owner waiting in the wings. Broken Blade will face check him, Vault Breaker away. Tower yet to have any chip damage. FLICKR looking for the seismic shove, misses. Edge of Night procced on Hans Summer. Mickey lands, the Winter's bite, and Carrier feels the cold of it.
Yeah, G2 have a lot of split options there with 4-1. Caps is so strong right now, Tristana just blows up the wave, so they're trying to move into the jungle on the pass-through and at least leave behind their wards for a return.
And with the Rift Herald in tow, it feels at the moment that G2 kind of feel a bit impenetrable. They get to set up on the mid wave, they'll be able to use the Rift Herald to try and knock down these structures, and as long as they're not getting caught out by creative plays from T1, they should be fine, but that's what T1 have done best. Even you can see their owners heading up on top wave to try and catch G2 as they overextend, but it's these inner towers that G2 are going to be looking now to crack open and keep getting more and more gold onto Caps and Hansam.
That's why it's critical for G2 to ward up the jungles. T1 are constantly going to look for Vi and Nautilus picking people off. And if you warp the jungles, it makes them go through lanes to pull off those plays and hard commit to one side of the map.
Caps is collapsing. Owner looking for Yike, can't find him. Instead, Zeus, the target, TP in by G2. They find one. Owner can Vault Breaker away, but Daisy's looking for the knock-up onto Carrier here. Dredgeline immediately goes into the back of Daisy, who does fall. Caps jumping forward, Fate's call away from the concussive blows. G2 find another pick. They have a wave pushing in bot.
How much can they get off the back of this? Cap's going to make his way down to that bot wave as the rest of G2 look to siege up on this turret. But
Broken Blade, he's seismically shoved into T1's waiting more. They find one. Mickey now on the front line. Redemption coming down to try and heal him up. The concussive blows onto Owner, forces him low. Mickey finds Carrier. Owner down to 100 HP. Gumi, Yushi, a couple more auto attacks would stun him up, but instead the tower's the target. Cap still pushing in bot.
Oh, Mickey with the flash ignite support on support kill. And as you mentioned it, that was all without their Fed Tristana, without Caps, who's going to get another 800 gold off this tower.
And G2 very much trying to close out this game as Yike is caught.
Dodges away from the seismic shove. FLICKR still on the chase, has the flash. Yike has one of his own. He'll use it to get to that blast cone. Doesn't need it yet. Caps just opens up on Zeus. He flashes the buster shot. Zeus is ticking, but it's not enough. The Knight's Vow actually applied from Carrier to reduce the damage. Now Caps tries to TP out, but FLICKR's here. The TP is in time. Caps escapes the great Houdini from EU.
And Caps is making magic happen for G2. Doesn't quite get the kill, but manages to escape, and now gets to come back out onto the map. This is where T1 can be a little bit dangerous, though. Having those teleports advantages, Zeus needs to try and link up with his team, but with where G2 are positioned, they have the waves in their favor. They can set up the vision. They can slowly choke T1 out of this game.
Yeah, I think Yike and Caps both have to be kind of careful now, as those are going to be the people that T1 are looking for, but this one was a nice snipe over the Raptor wall, even though G2 still have priority, and they're still able to flash in and get the counter kills there. That arrow actually barely missing Owner, too.
I will say, it's not often you get to see a fight with the Rift Herald with the knock-up, and now we're going to see another fight in the river, as Yike's the one who's locked up, and Yike falls. Mickey on the front line. Caps trying to open up. So far as the jungler for jungler exchange. Mickey falling low, though. Guma in the pit. Caps, it's all on him, ready to do the damage alongside Hans Summer, and there is the piercing arrow through the hearts of T1. They're forced away once again. Guma had to flash out of the back of the pits.
But that's the play that I was just talking about. Zeus teleports in, they catch out G2 and manage to get two members, slow down G2, and that's all the T1 want to do. Get to items, slow down the pace of this game, look for these little moments where they can claw their way back into this game.
Here's how it happened. Owner slipped in.
That's really good movement.
Yeah, the double sweepers with the reveals there on the other side. And the exact person we mentioned they're going to look for. Yike with no flash. Ivern goes down very quickly. But the return damage on G2, enough to stop kind of a snowball possibility there from T1.
Especially when you're right in front of Baron, that could have got very, very dicey for G2. So we'll have to make sure they are dotting their I's and crossing the T's. But moving in now towards this top side, Broken Blade open up on the bot end, still no teleport quite available. But G2 know that those teleport advantages will be up soon.
G2 got the Drake while we were watching that replay, so they're one away from a Chemtech Soul. Hans Summer sitting at 3 items. Guma only at 1.5 right now. on this Kalista. Obviously, giving the safety to Kerry with that face call can be very powerful in team fights, but in terms of outright damage output, we already see what Hansama's piercing arrows can do.
Certainly have, and neither of these G2 AD carries have gone down in this game. G2 throwing everything to protect them. Doing a very good job as far as the win cons here.
I'm pretty sure there's a lot of AD carries around the world that say, give me an Ivan with Redemption Moonstone and a Braum with Locket with Knight's Vow, I'm pretty sure I can stay alive in that game.
Yeah, but there's very few who actually can stay alive.
True, and Mickey hasn't finished his Knight's Vow yet.
Say it.
Yeah.
Yes, a 5,000 gold lead for G2. They start to set up this vision line at the top side. Ono is still waiting in that bush, seeing if someone answers the push on the wave. It's relatively neutral right now, so no one from G2 going up. Ono stops his recall as well. G2 are pushing up towards this top side, but Ono does have a flank position.
I'm still trying to keep my eyes on Broken Blade. He's a little bit had a little bit of a tough time with the amount of pressure the team would have given him, but trying to get back in this game. Owner cancels the reset though.
He's been waiting here so long. Caps has no flash. The Vault Breaker out. Mickey is just around the corner.
It's timed out.
Ona doesn't go for it. As you say, it's timed out. Ona still unseen by G2. Broken Blade pressuring in the bot lane. Does have the TP. Well, only FLICKR has one for T1, so he'll have to answer that pressure.
And G2 are trying to do what T1 did last game. Open up the pressure on bot side with Broken Blade, and now start up the Baron. They don't know where Owner is, though. Will be spotted as he tries to come in towards River.
Be spotted by that ward behind. Caps peels away from it. Now they see Owner's there. Spotted with the Scryer's boom. BB still pushing in bot.
The split push is doing its work there. But FLICKR can answer pretty easily here on the Taliyah.
But this is the thing, it's you have the double teleport advantage at the moment for G2, and that's all they're trying to do. It's the exact same that T1 did in the last game. They push out bot, they drift Broken Blade across, and Baron has started up again. Owner, can he get into the pit?
All right, the game is in the palm of their hands for G2 right now. Don't crack.
And there's the reset bit. Broken Blade parts back down towards bot. G2 back away from it. They didn't get any summoners out. Didn't get that TP from FLICKR. Zeus now almost has his teleport back up.
With only 2 minutes on Dragon arrival for a Dragon Soul, that's also way less risky as an objective for G2.
Chain of Crouch across the wall. Carrier walks into it. The dredge line away into the face call will get him to safety. Glacial Fisher was short. Carrier lost half his HP for it though.
But that's going to be T1 needing to reset it. G2 are in front of Baron. Ivern just reset. Yike is going to be at the pit. Owner spotted.
I think G2 are gonna wait, but they're forcing them to think about it twice. That with all the vision coverage, they keep on forcing them to check. Dragon now only a minute and a half away.
That ward just constantly spotting Owner. There's a ward in the pit, I think, from T1, if I recall correctly. It's been cleared out by the control ward. You can see FLICKR checking with the threaded volley. Drake up in a minute and a half.
Still 2 blue scrying wards on T1 though, so they can use them to periodically check the pace, and you need to get them out for G2 if you want to be able to start this up. But with Dragon in a minute's time, your window for G2 to try and play on both sides of this is very quickly dwindling, so lanes become the priority. Push in mid, push in bot. Cap's going to try and do the same on top.
G2's tournament hopes on a knife edge. We've seen how explosive T1 can already be in this series. All it took was one team fight really for them to win the last game. On the back of FLICKR, they've done it so many times before, and the Baron is their playground for so long. They were irked by it, cursed by it. The T1 Baron, bad setup, but over the last 2 years they have refined and refined and refined, and now G2 are calling them to the battleground.
Set up for success here. Hansama with over a 3,000 gold lead over Gumayushi. Caps, level 16, continually scaling his range on the Tristana. They have the firepower, and here comes the Dragon. All that they have to do for G2 is keep their vision on Baron, and then force T1 over to the Soul.
This fight is going to be explosive though. Every summoner spell up, every TP, and Mickey going to try and force something, but Gumayushi doesn't blink.
Didn't need to. There was no real threat on the backline as Caps is hooked. has the time to jump away. Redemption in, season desist. Caps is caught, and Caps is down. T1 find the first in the fight, and now it's all on Hansama to do whatever damage he can. Yike's gonna go down as well, and we said it would be explosive. Well, who else but T1 in this moment to put you in the dirt? Your dreams will die in the face of T1.
In the critical moment, T1 find their kill on Caps. They find their kill on the rest of G2. It's only Broken Blade to stand and watch as they take the Baron.
But it is a broken top laner for G2. He has not had his items sitting at 2. He has no hope of getting in here. He will go over towards the Dragon, but T1, they found what they needed.
The engage on Caps, who oversteps. T1 punish him immediately.
G2 just aren't in a position to follow up on Mickey, and then this hook from Keria doesn't get buffered. The root is there, and just enough time for Owner to get in with the cease and desist, the flick back from FLICKR, and it's a poke Varus. He cannot deal enough damage right now, and Broken Blade isn't there. Chemtech Dragon is taken in the bottom right side of your screen, but we just get to watch as T1 realize they found their moment to shut down G2.
And that is what you see from world champions. When they find an opening like that, you're not counting on, oh, hey, we're going to get a hook onto Caps. But when they do, everyone instantly ultimates. They jump on the opportunity. If you show an opportunity to this team, they will capitalize on it. And now, even chasing into the jungle.
Yike has no flash, the cease and desist goes down and locks him up, and even with the redemption, I don't think you're getting any of that, G2. T1 continue to punish, and now the push even stronger, already 3,000 gold off it.
A moment was all that T1 needed, and they've taken everything from G2. They're starting to push in on this top side. They really want to push G2 out of MSI to put themselves firmly in the conversation of still contesting for MSI champions.
They'll take the tier 2 in the top lane, and now the gold swings in their favor. 1.5k ahead for T1. We've seen how the fights play out. For G2 now, it's scrambling, it's desperation. How do you get back into this game?
Well, they still have Dragon Soul power here with Ivern Shields, with the safety of a Braum. If they can have a defensively set up team fight and have their double AD carries in the back line, they still can win.
And it comes back to Caps. Yes, he got caught in the last fight, but a poke Varus from Hansama is never going to carry these fights. It has to be the Tristana, and he has stepped up for G2 in the past. He's been the one that they look towards in these moments, but you are going up against FLICKR, the guy who's been the most clutch player in the world and tries to catch Mickey.
Weaver's wall in, seismic shelf back, Mickey with the unbreakable, tanks it up. The power of Braum in that situation. Broken Blade still pushing in top.
Chemtech Soul with the Ivern Shields, with the safety here. G2 now trying to defend their own territory and buy time for Broken Blade to split push. The ultimate from Zeus will push Broken Blade off the tower for now, but he did lay a lot of damage into that.
Definitely hurting Broken Blade as he walks away. But this is just going to be a case of trying to get lanes in your favor. G2 going to continue to push. With the Baron buff just about to fade, T1 will reset and will be looking towards that Elder Dragon in 3 minutes' time.
Yeah, T1, there's so much about these picks. And they have been able to get the critical ones just when they need it. But when this Elder Dragon comes up, it's all down to the objective. We have seen games won and lost on those smite fights.
And the beautiful thing is, all these flashes and everything are going to be up again because it happened at that last Dragon fight. You can see a bunch of those summoner spells about to come back up. And you just don't really feel like, again, Broken Blade has the items that he really wants to try and be a big menace. You're about to tick over towards the Rabadon's death cap coming through for FLICKR. It looks like it's going to be the 2 solo laners for T1 versus Caps and a little bit of Hansama. And if either of those sides drop, it's going to be the win for their respective teams.
I think the big thing for G2 is, can you get Broken Blade a third item? Because you do have Moonstone, Redemption, Ardent Sensor. You have that buff from the Ivern. And it works just as well on a Jax as it does on a Caps. But right now, they are the defensive team. For so long in this game, they have been in control. They've been the team pushing in. T1 now have a slew of wards in that river. Control, control, control for them. They'll reset, they'll get those wards replenished, and then they can step back onto the map and push G2 back.
But G2 haven't found a way to break T1 in this series when they have a lead. It has been T1 slowly but surely taking more and more advantages. This is the final test for G2. Can they overcome what has kept them in place this whole series long? Or will T1 be able to sweep them aside in a 3-0?
And as much as Cap says G2 are the main characters, so many times we see T1 holding that position. So many times they've been at the top of the charts. World champions last year, of course, continuing their title runs if they manage to win this MSI, although domestically sometimes they struggle, although CHENGDU often stand in their way and will stand in their way if they make it to this MSI finals. T1 the name on everyone's lips when it comes to internationals. As the hook goes down onto Mickey, no unbreakable for him. Depth charge in as well, the seismic shot back, and Mickey oversteps, and T1 punish him, TP in by Broken Blade as Carrier dashes across the wall, but G2 immediately call for the retreat.
Another opportunity, G2 separated, and T1 pounce again. Carrier turns on him, they get the kill, and now Baron arriving in 42 seconds. That's definitely enough time for Mickey to respawn at least.
It's just Mickey taking those steps too far forward, not having Yike to try and help him set up the jungle, and T1, they're now starting to collapse. Caps is spotted.
Caps will see FLICKR. I think that's important for G2. They can back away, avoid the Weaver's wall. Mickey up in 6.
That death does mean they've got full vision coverage, full supremacy there. A couple of stragglers left through though, and they're gonna go for the reset first. Spend the money.
Move caller dodged. FLICKR, seismic shove, Yike flashes it. Again, a summoner down before the fight really begins here for G2.
It's denying those resets for T1 though. And the Baron is spawned. You don't really have a huge amount of vision left in the back pockets of T1. G2 have a lot more, so that's why T1 wanted to reset, but now Baron has been started.
Zeus was on the bottom side of the map, he's going to TP in behind them. 9,000 on the Baron, a last Hail Mary here for G2. The story continues to be written as the Weaver's wall goes down. There's the equalizer. Yike falling low. The shutdown on FLICKR, and Yike goes down. So Owner will take the Baron, and T1 will take G2's lives. What can you do in the face of such relentless hate by T1?
People doubted T1 in this series. They said that G2 were favored. G2 do not stand a chance against the onslaught of T1.
The world champions looking at a 3-0 sweep.
They're the champs for a reason. How many times do they have to teach you this lesson, G2? Last week it took them 5. This week they'll do it in 3. No one from G2 will be alive in time. You can be the main character all you want, G2, but your chapter is over. The story of T1 continues tomorrow.
T1 once again with the poise on stage. They have been through so much together. This squad has been to the very top. They have had their backs against the walls. They have been in so many different situations. And today versus G2, they beat them again. Twice in the same tournament, proving they are the better squad.
But a decisive victory for T1 here as well. There was no doubt that they were the better team on the day, and no doubt that they looked way more improved than we've seen all MSI long. This was a statement series from T1. They want to show that they belong in that top 3.
And for T1 now, it's rematch after rematch.
Exactly.
Take down G2, next up BLG, who only beat you a couple of days ago, and then the final boss, CHENGDU, sitting there waiting for you. They've beaten you 4 times in a row domestically. Can you take the MSI title away from them? For G2, obviously disappointment. Coming into this tournament, I think people underestimated them, myself included, but what they showed against top esports, what they showed against T1 last week was promising, it gave us hope. And now today, that hope a little bit less bright.
But that's what they said, Caps, was we wanted to bring hope to the West again, to show that we can go toe-to-toe with the LCK and with the LPL, and they beat top esports. They look good in one series against T1, but the world champions will very quickly put you back in your place if you overstep, and unfortunately G2 just could not match up to them today.
So good, so decisive in their plays, T1.
I think we're ready to hand over. I can see the analyst desk looking at me. I haven't had the producers in my ear, which is why I don't know. So we are going to hand over to the analyst desk. Guys, take it away.
Yeah, we are ready. Thank you so much, Medic. We'll get to our interviews due to kind of the hierarchy and the order. We'll probably get to the exit interview for G2 first, but I'll keep you updated on that. We, of course, will talk to T1. And it's so interesting that it was just such a different match from the first time. When you talk about being able to grow within a tournament, being able to look different from day to day for T1, being able to build on something as you go through this run, smacking down G2 in a harder fashion than I think a lot of people expected today.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be close. I thought it was going to be close. And this is what T1 did in the LCK playoffs bracket as well. Humble Life, in that first series, in case you didn't catch it, it didn't feel close. It just looked like T1 was all over the place. And even I've seen this team do this again and again, look out, and in a couple of days they look completely revitalized. But still, the amount of cohesion that they've gained in such a short time, and we can talk about the drafts a lot, but just how the individual players look is completely different from anything that we've seen, I think, in this tournament. With some exceptions of FLICKR, who obviously did have some fun moments in game 2.
Yeah, but overall, I was incredibly optimistic for how well G2 were going to do today. I trusted that they would develop faster, that they would improve faster. That was not the case. T1 showed up in a big way across the board. They came in with draft strategies specifically tailored to beat what G2 had shown, and there was not a lot left in the tank for G2. We've learned this over 3 pretty crushing drafts across the series. Game 3 was the best one, but T1 still outplayed, found those moments with the power, the Taliyah, the Vi, the Rumble together, incredible power picks, leveraged beautifully in these single highlight moments.
Yeah, we're going to see more T1, right? We're going to see them maybe for the rest of the tournament. They're still in a chance to win it. I think MSI, and I mentioned this when Team Liquid was eliminated as well, is just such a brutal tournament because you have to show up like every single match and you can't make small missteps. There were multiple moments in Game 2 and Game 3 where I really thought G2 had it in the bag. And you're not good. A lot of people aren't going to remember that in history. They're going to check the post-match thread and they're going to say T1 3-0, and they're going to say, maybe TES was just playing bad on the day, and actually it's not even close. Like, no, that's not what happened here actually at this MSI. I think G2 is still doing so many things incredibly right and incredibly high level, and they're going to be absolutely crushed now because they did lose 3-0 to T1, but it's just how brutal MSI can be.
Yeah, and I think if you look at the microcosm of these games particularly, I think that's also where you're saying they will feel crushed because they had points where they had individual advantages. They had points where Jax solo kills Rumble almost twice, right? But you kind of see, I think, when you're watching and when you know what you know about T1, Maurits, maybe you could speak to that. You see where they get these incremental kind of wins in terms of T1 when they hit certain power spikes. They then say, this is when we will crush you.
Well, one of the big reasons why Gen.G and T1 specifically are so successful, even in the LCK, is not because they never lose an early game. It's because their ability to identify the way to win a game is so much better than anyone else's. There's teams like Nongshim that, suddenly get themselves a huge, 5-6 gold lead. But if you make one mistake on the execution, this game came now literally to one blind hook on Caps, and all of a sudden a game that felt like you had an iron grasp on, it's over.
Hey, but I'm thinking back to the charm in Game 5 from FLICKR. Now it was the blind hook through the Ivern bush. I mean, that's class. That's world class.
Absolutely. There's a reason this team is the world champion. That if there's one thing that I absolutely underestimated coming into the day, it was how many members can step up in that clutch. It's easy to look at FLICKR and that Ari's charm and say it's just him. Zayas and Owner were on fire today. They dismantled G2. Guma stepped up in a big way, but it was those two paving the way in the early game, and even when it felt like G2 had them in the chokehold, slowly squeezing the air out of T1 in this Game 3. A single hook, a single moment, the angle found, everyone on T1 on the same page. This team, when they're in the zone, when they're playing together, is terrifying.
And looking back at this play, I do think this is where G2 is really going to kick themselves because they had so much control. They tried a really deep mid push. They burned a lot of Braum cooldowns, and Caps also overstayed. If they don't do any of those things, I think they're going to say, we just control the Chemtech Soul, and we're actually talking about Game 4 right now, but that's not the case.
And I have to say this, because I obviously believed a lot in G2. G2 were not prepared in draft for T1 today. If they had won that game, I still do not think that they win that series. Tristana was a gift from the side of T1 to see what they were capable of. It cost them Rumble, Vi, Talia, champions that were not allowed in scrims. These are champions that G2 did not want to play against. They took the risk, they played their heart out, but even then, T1 were consistently better. They might have gotten that game, but the series still felt like an impossible task.
It's fair. We had a lot of discussion about split of the series. I'm gonna tell you ours, but I just saw behind me that the LPL broadcast gave it to Owner. But for us, it was consensus.
It was a debate.
We were between the two. We're tag teaming. Our player of the series is Zeus, so argue both sides.
I think Owner was a big enabler, and especially in that last game, he found the angles to make things happen. I think that his Sejuani, especially in Game 1, is why Zeus got ahead, and it was Zeus who brought it home. Really, it was that 1-2 punch of those two players winning out on their individual matchups, building leads for the rest of the team that I think made this so miserable for G2 to play. And in these games where Hansama's the Fed Draven, it did not matter in Game 1 or 2 because they were so consistent at shutting him down, at making sure that he did not have room to play in the fights.
For Zeus, obviously, as you point out, like Game 1 was big, but particularly Game 3, one of the biggest criticisms of Zeus that he has faced with the TF and the Vayne priority is that once you start falling behind with those champions, it doesn't feel like you can come back. This Rumble game in particular, where he got bullied early, Owner helped him get back into the game, but then the team fight damage that this man was able to output. He's level 17 here. This point in the game, the amount of burst once he actually found his targets was something that was so hard for G2 to deal with.
Do we feel like G2 they played on the same level as they did versus TES and they had to play a lot better?
I think it was worse.
Or worse?
I think, no, I think on the day against TES, it was like they played incredibly well. And I think, and TES
peaked really hard.
Exactly, they peaked super hard. I think here today, we still saw, particularly in the Game 3, that the moments are there, but they couldn't string it along consistently. Because I do think that Game 3 draft was like Game 5 in the first series, where they were in a position where they should have been able to take it out and just weren't able to actually close the deal.
Well, we can hear from the G2 camp, so we'll do that first. It's Lore who's standing by with Broken Blade in the Verizon post-game interview.
It is the end, sadly, for G2 Esports here at MSI, but Bibi, thank you so much for joining me after this series. Obviously not the results you expected. First reactions on how the series went and what caught you off guard, maybe?
I mean, I'm obviously very, very gutted.
Take your time. It's okay.
Yeah, it's. I think Lore decided to give him a space after that, and I think, you know, if us as kind of the reps from LEC can kind of paint that picture, right?
I mean, even I'm like, that's...
Yeah. You know, I'll begin, but the 2-year project, Broken Blade particularly, who always took it so personally and made it his own goal to be better, to help his team in these international tournaments, which he did in a lot of these matches.
And this is a guy who looked at his 2023 performance, which was dominant domestically, and said, this is not enough. This was a bad year for him. Who went to Alphari for guidance to train 1v1, who expanded his champion pool. So to fall flat like this is crushing, because I think that G2 could have been much happier with this tournament if they had ended on another 3-2 or a 3-1. If they had been able to show what they've spent so long practicing on, but to lose in this fashion, I think is part of what makes it so truly crushing.
And I'm not happy about seeing him sad, but it's a sign of them knowing that the work isn't done, and it was not going to be done even if they beat T1 here, but you know, they didn't have a chance, so I think they were brought back down to earth. But to now hopefully relay that into the rest of the year, right? This is going to be the key, because this was such an important tournament for them to know where they were at. Is there a definitive answer to that?
I think right now they're going to feel completely in the pits. I think a lot of times, and G2's got a lot of smart people on their staff, and they got a lot of smart players. I don't need to give this speech to them. This is more to speak to people that are disappointed in the loss. Like, this is a better version of G2 than we saw 6 months ago. So I think they have the ability to continue to improve, and we've seen they have the ability to improve even when they're incredibly dominant in their own region. So success is not necessarily a straight up and to the right graph. Oftentimes, there are pretty big dips along the way. And the crazy thing here is, like, literally in this moment, it feels like a big dip. But if you look at the tournament as a whole, it's actually not even a dip. It's actually a step up from the last time they played international.
Thanks for the hopium, Chad.
And to relate it to something T1 themselves have gone through, if you go back and you look at them when they're up 2-1 in Game 5 of the finals, right? 2022 DRX. And they're like, guys, we got this. And then the next year, when they were up 2-0 against Weibo, pure focus. They learned, right? They found themselves in that position again. And hopefully those lessons G2 can take as well.
I will say I think G2 was very focused today, just not good enough,
Obviously,
right? Like, I don't want to talk about or give any judgments about their motivation, because that was not an issue.
I think right now, today, in the same way that the victory against Top, I think my first instinct was not to look forward, but was to take it for what it was, which was a momentous day for EU and for G2. This is a crushing day for G2. Tomorrow, I think we look ahead, G2 looks ahead, and LEC as a region can talk about what happened and what could be better in the future. But today, it hurts, it sucks, months of effort, feeling like they're thrown away. And I think you're right. When you take a step back, that's probably not true. But in this moment, I think that's just the reality of LEC fans, of G2 fans, and what they're experiencing right now with a defeat and a game and a series this incredibly one-sided.
We're just waiting for the interview with the T1 side, which would be Lore and FLICKR. I also heard that perhaps Broken Blade would like to give it another try in a little bit, but I'm still waiting on the TBD, and I think that gives us a chance to talk a little bit about the rest of the tournament, right? Of course, T1 is still in this, and I get really... I would say, I would use the word scared, but excited as a follower of T1 for so long when I see kind of how they turned it on today in light of tomorrow BLG waiting for them.
And I think really T1, like, I have to give credit where credit's due. They seem to have sorted their issues out. They have target-focused how to shut down G2. I'm wondering if they can do the same against BLG. And if we are, Chronicler, it is inevitable for you, for those of us who aren't on the LCK broadcast, it's a little bit special.
I was going to bring it up.
But are we just going back to a Gen G T1 final?
I hope not. I hope not. But I do think that what is happening with T1 now is something that, weirdly enough, we also saw at BLG last year, where BLG was able to really work through a lot of the issues that they had coming into that MSI and then find some really back-to-back lower bracket wins. For T1, which is insane because they're the defending world champions, but given the form, they might be looking to replicate it against BLG.
I think this is so cool. T1 had to go through the LPL bracket last year, and now BLG as the first seed in China has to go through the LCK bracket. I mean, it's great for the next couple of days.
It's beautiful symmetry, and also I just think that tournaments like this are so hard.
Just for G2. It's
just for in the sense for the
the
inverse of what happened to. Yeah, but regardless, I think the thing here about the bracket and the rising up is that you're only 3 teams left in this tournament. If you're lucky, you might get some practice, but whatever form you're in, whatever you have in your back pocket, that's it. There's nothing left. There's no good practice left with 3 teams in the tournament with no time between best of 5s. It's this or nothing.
Yeah, I do think we're ready to talk to Broken Blade again, so Laura is standing by for that Verizon post-game interview.
And we're back here in the interview zone with Broken Blade. Obviously, not the way you guys wanted to end things today against T1. What are going to be the main takeaways from you? How do you reflect on today, Bibi?
I mean, today was definitely disappointing. We did not come in here thinking we're going to get 3 out. They also did something new with the lane swaps, and that's a version I didn't see before. So I have to give props to them. They lane swapped carry matchup versus carry matchup, and they found a way to get TP advantage on the enemy top laner, and it really put me behind in the last game, for example, because I didn't have TP. Yeah, I mean, they just played much better than last time, and we played much worse. I mean, the main takeaway is that we know we can take games and beat Asian teams now, so that will give us a huge motivation for the upcoming matches. Obviously, I'm very sad. I thought we really have a shot at winning, but we have to face reality, and that is we lost 3-0. That means we're still not good enough, and that makes me sad, but that means there's still room to grow. So
I think it's actually amazing that you would see all the positives that this experience is going to bring to you guys in the future, from absolutely dominating in Europe to surprising everyone here at MSI, of course, a lot of learnings for you, Bibi, for you yourself, and as a team, and also for Europe. I do feel like we are seeing a new era of hope, at least for the end of the year, for the learnings that you're going to implement. Do you agree on this?
I agree. I agree on this take. I mean, obviously, we came here having a very good performance. I think today we did not, but I think I think we surprised a lot of people, a lot of European people especially, and Eastern people. I know we can do it. I know that our team is going to work even harder to, make it to World Finals and beat these teams, because I know we can do it. And today was a very big lesson for us. It means we're still behind, but we are hungry, and I am hungry. I am not satisfied with today's performance at all, so I'm a bit gutted. So
I will leave it on this message of hope for the West, for Europe, and for everything you guys achieved here at MSI. Bibi, thank you so much.
Thank you.
On behalf of the West, on behalf of everyone, and best of luck in the rest in the LEC Shocks. Back to you.
Yes, thank you so much, Broken Blade. It's always, that's the hardest interviews you have to give, right?
Yeah.
And someone has to give them. And the fact that it started off, didn't work the first time, but he decided he wanted to say the message. I really, really, really appreciate that. We do also have T1 standing by, and it is Lore and FLICKR in our next Horizon post-game interview.
The dream is over. 3-0 over G2 FLICKR. This is something that you actually expected. This is actually something that you anticipated. What made you confident into thinking that not only you would beat them again, but it would be such a one-sided series?
네, 오늘 페이커 선수가 정말 예상한 그대로 3대0 승리가 나왔습니다. 사실은 지난 경기 접전이었는데도 어떻게 이런 압도적인 승리를 예상할 수 있었는지, 그리고 어떻게 실제로 구현해냈는지 궁금합니다.
일단 지난 경기에서 저희가 G2를 한번 상대해봤던 게 되게 컸던 것 같고, 그리고 그런 전략들을 조금 어느 정도 저희가 머릿속에 있는 상태에서 경기를 했기 때문에 조금 더 수월한 경기가 됐던 것 같고, 그리고 저희도 좀 그때 경기 이후로 많이 발전했기 때문에 좋은 경기가 나왔다고 생각합니다.
So I think it was actually a great experience for us to get to play against G2 in the prior match, and then after that we were able to get a really good plan of the game, and we had everything kind of in our head already, so we were able to play accordingly. And I think ever since the G2 match we were able to step up so much.
And I know that a lot of people have been critical maybe of your performance, but every time when it comes to the important moments, the important games, you are stepping up and you are stepping in for your team. I want to know, what is the mindset specifically that allows you to turn things around and clutch every situation you're into, FLICKR?
네, 사실은 이번 MSI에서도 페이커 선수의 경기력에 대한 갑론을박이 좀 있었는데요. 하지만 이렇게 팀이 꼭 필요할 때, 정말 필요할 때는 중요한 순간마다 결국에는 클러치 플레이를 만들어주고 언제나 해내주는 그런 퍼포먼스가 어떻게 나오는지 정말 궁금합니다. 어떤 식으로 마음을 다스리면서 이렇게 경기에 임하시나요?
뭐 사실 그런 비판적인 의견이 저는 당연히 나올 수 있다고 생각하고, 또 개인적으로도 좀 이번 MSI가 좀 힘든 대회가 되겠다라고 예상을 했기 때문에 뭐 저는 좀 뭐 그렇게 놀랄 일은 아닌 것 같고요. 그냥 저는 제가 할 일을 좀 열심히 하고 경기에서 최대한 집중력을 유지하는 것에 목표를 뒀습니다.
I mean, I always understand sometimes there could be criticism, and also even before MSI started, I already had the expectation that this could be a really rough event for me personally. And personally, I was kind of expecting this going on, and then I just try to always just keep concentration as much as possible and try to display the best form possible. I just try not to pay attention to all those stuff.
We often see you meditating on stage, getting into this calm mindset, closing your eyes and everything. I want to know if you can share what goes through your head in these moments. What do you think of?
이제 또 무대 위에서 눈을 감고 명상하는 모습을 굉장히 자주 접할 수 있었는데, 그럴 때 머릿속으로 어떤 생각하시는지 조금 공유해 주실 수 있을까요?
일단 뭐 무대에 있을 때는 아무래도 좀 생각이 계속 좀 많이 나고 좀 잡념들이 많이 나기 때문에 머릿속에서 무슨 일이 일어나려고 했을 때는 이제 눈을 감았을 때는 좀 뭐 이런저런 좀 잡념이 나는데, 그냥 그것들을 좀 지켜보고 뭐 그런 식으로 명상하고 있습니다.
Well, I have so many thoughts on my head when I'm on stage, so I just try to close my eyes and just go over all those thoughts. So if you ask me what's on my mind when I'm meditating, I just pretty much go over all the thoughts that's floating in my head.
focusing on what's next, I do remember that at Worlds you were the last standing hope for the LCK, having to beat every LPL team. Here this time around, you have the only second seed left, having to take down all the first seed. Can you compare your Worlds experience and tell me why do you think it's going to be the same journey for T1 this time around?
작년 월즈에서는 이제 어느 순간부터 T1이 월즈에 있는 마지막 LCK의 희망 그리고 남은 LPL 팀들을 모두 도장 깨야지만 우승할 수 있는 그런 상황이었는데 이번에는 이제 MSI에 남은 유일한 2번 시드 팀으로서 이제 모든 1번 시드 팀을 잡아야지만 우승할 수 있는 굉장히 비슷한 시나리오로 흘러가고 있습니다. 어떻게 생각하세요?
네, 저는 되게 재밌는 것 같고 또 지난 월즈 때 이어서 저는 이렇게 또 좋은 경험이 많이 될 거라고 생각하기 때문에 오히려 이렇게 저희가 올라가는 상황이 되게 반가운 것 같고요. 그리고 뭐 지금 충분히 저희가 많이 발전하고 있기 때문에 앞으로의 여정도 많이 기대하고 있습니다.
I mean, this is also very interesting to me as well. I think this is another great experience for us, just like last year's Worlds. I'm so happy to go to this miracle run by myself and my team. And I think we're just having a great fun. And also we're stepping up so much as a team as well. So I think I'm having a really good feelings about MSI too.
Right, looking forward to seeing what you guys can display tomorrow. 인터뷰 감사합니다, FLICKR. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much as always.
Yeah, I would have good feelings too after that, after a very clean 3-0. And now, you know, they don't get any time to rest, but maybe they just want to keep going.
Really quick, Shocks.
Yes.
This is my last time in MSI.
Oh.
So I'm going to wrap it up real quick. T1 3-1.
Yeah?
Gen.G 3-1. Kids everywhere want to play Corky Nazir. Play rates skyrocket. CSing increases across the globe.
And Chovy is definitively...
And Chovy starts the Golden Road conversation going into summer.
Okay.
Oh, I will sign up for that. I would, actually, I won't be BLG. I've had my fair share of T1 Gen.G because somehow... well, domestically, I've cast a lot of them. Internationally, I also cast a lot of them. And I hope that maybe this time around we can avoid that.
And I hope you treat Jat with the same treatment you do me. You clip that and you say, you are such a dirty jinxer.
Whoa!
I mean, if it were to happen. No! Get him off air. I'm kidding. That was a wonderful speech. And I think a realistic prediction, you know?
Yeah, Gen.G are terrifying. And Gen.G feel like a task, like amongst gods, Gen.G are gods. And I think everyone else is just trying to get to the level to contest the teams that are contesting Gen.G right now. They are a terrifying force. Favorites, no doubt. But G2 were slightly favored today, and we saw how that worked out. So a lot can change
I want to
quickly.
believe that there's still magic left in this MSI.
Gen.G 3-0. Whoever ends up making it to finals.
I want 5 games.
You're not even leaving. Why are you blowing
Yeah,
the
I want
predictions
5
early?
games.
I'm telling you now.
Yeah, okay.
What? I'm telling
We're done.
I need to cut them off? Okay, anyways, we need to go. That's it for us, but we will be back tomorrow. BLG versus T1, 11 a.m. CEST. We have a half-hour pre-show again before that, so the game starts at 11 a.m. CEST. And 5 a.m. EDT with BLG versus T1. Hello everyone and welcome to MSI 2024. We're in the lower bracket, so no matter if you're a world champion or an LEC champion or you've been here before, if you lose today, it is over for your road at MSI.
Mickey tanking, slow down, but the steadfast presence enough to keep him alive. Yikes, now on the board for G2. Faker falls to Caps, and Zayas and Hunsummer are trading, and Zayas shoots! Harrier flashes away, and Caps learning, get the hostile takeover coming in, and Zayas jumps onto the back line, and they forgot about Zayas, but Zayas had not forgotten about Hunsummer. The answer, EU, I'm afraid, is no, as T1 wipe away G2.
I'm running, Caps. Oh, nice. Good job. Oh.
There's no way he gets out, right? Oh, listen. There's no way he gets out. Oh, he gets out! Oh, he gets out! No way! No way. No. Guma's here. Guma's here. The sniper arrives and Mickey dies. As I said, a simple 2-0 in the bot lane. But Zayas is done with this. Zayas will fall a quadra. Legacy being in, Caps TV already invested. Mickey is there. Faker just needs an auto. And Faker finds it.
Faker, man.
Where you going, Zayas? The broken blade has been reforged.
I did it. No things, no. Yeah. You gotta go front. No plans. Play stop. Go mid after, mid and top. Let's go, guys.
There was no real threat on the backline as Caps is hooked. Has the time to jump away. Redemption pushing his season descent. Caps is caught as the Weaver's wall goes down. There's the equalizer. Yike falling low. The shutdown on Baker, and Yike goes down. So Oda will take the Baron, and T1 will take G2's lives.
Oh, it's after the Worlds.
Last week it took them 5. This week they'll do it in 3. The story of T1 continues tomorrow.
This time